Okay, so we're up to session 17, I believe. So,
Sounds right.
yeah, alright. So, last session, when we left off, you guys had just gotten involved in a particularly big combat with the Spider Queen. The Underdark was left completely barren as no residents remained, and you all headed back up to the surface. Senshin's parents and brother are now currently recovering in the infirmary. It looks like they just need to sleep it off, and no permanent damage was sustained. It just looks like they hadn't been fed in a particularly long time. While they weren't actively tortured, it's pretty clear that they were neglected quite heavily, for some reason or another. With that being said, everyone, you awaken in the castle. What do you wish to do?
I I kind of gonna wish to try and go back to sleep.
Of course. And everyone else?
I imagine Sedge's probably also in the medical area, isn't he?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he'd probably still be unconscious, so Rash is probably going to go check on him.
Okay, fair enough.
Tasha would probably also try and check on him, I reckon.
Okay. Alright.
Oh.
Senshin is not severely injured, but he does definitely look like there's a lot of signs of visible fatigue. There's some small scratches and nicks on his body, nothing too bad, and all of the blood that was on him has been cleaned off. It looks like he's recovered pretty well, although it doesn't look like he sustained any real damage. It looks like the main problem is a shortage of mana and a shortage of energy as he pushed his body past its physical limit.
Senshin? Senshin? And Tasha's just gonna try and like lightly shake him.
Mm-hmm. Tasha, leave him alone. He's just resting up a bit.
Gonna be okay, right?
Probably. I guess as he pulled out a level a lot further than he normally is able to.
Why does he allow Ashura to do that?
Because he believed Ashura would help. That's really all there is to it. Hello? Oh, fuck.
Hey, no, you haven't. I was just waiting for you guys to say the stuff that you wanted to say.
I know, I said
Yeah,
it.
I was done.
Okay, alright,
I don't really have anything.
Alright, let's see. Who knows stuff about magic? Let's go Raijin and Taishiro. Does anyone else in the party think they know enough basic knowledge about magic to warrant doing an Arcana check?
David does.
Alright, David. Okay, you three. Make Arcana checks.
Alright, well,
26.
We're level 4
not
now, right?
competing.
Okay,
We're level 4 now, right?
yes. You are all level 4, except for Kana, who should be level 9.
We're 17.
Okay.
No, we haven't leveled. Yeah, we were.
I'm
we
leveling
decided
her
to
up.
level her up because
She seems a bit under-leveled considering the fact that she's supposed to be more powerful than the rest of the party.
Also, we haven't actually gone through the process of that yet, so we need to do that at some point.
Well, at very least, you should be able to calculate the proficiency for level 9.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, that. Okay, I don't think David would, David, actually, did you get a 10 or above?
Let's see. So
Actually, no,
I
the
could-
DC was 15.
Yeah, in that case, no. I just
Okay.
have Journeyman.
Alright, fair
I got a
enough.
26.
Okay, alright, well, the other two of you, make a history or religion check.
I will choose.
Wait, either one of
religion.
those wisdom?
Both of those are wisdom.
Well, they're probably... Yep, that's a 17.
Okay, cool. And Taishiro. Okay, you both
That's
succeed.
safe.
Okay, so both of you would be aware of the fact that there was a druid circle in the Underdark. You're not sure where it was, but you are aware of the fact that it existed. You are also both aware of the fact that most druids know the spell Regenerate, and what it's typically used for, instead of Revivify, which is able to restore a body that you know, it might have sustained one mortal blow, but generally most of the body is still left to bring the soul back into. But regenerate, on the other hand, is typically used when the soul is still present, but the body has been completely dismembered. In other words, it's likely that a lot of those Duragar were having their hearts cut out, specifically so that they could be taken to the Druid Circle, so that their bodies could be regenerated.
Isn't the Druid Circle the people Andrew was with?
No.
There are multiple Druid Circles. Andrew is, if he is in a Druid Circle, likely with the Druid Circle of the Forest, as opposed to the Druid Circle of the Underdark. Which, each Druid Circle is entirely separate from the organization of every other Druid Circle. The only thing they have in common is a deep connection to nature and drawing their power from it.
Okay.
They are typically rivals.
So these are basically zombies?
Where'd you get that idea?
They're Duragar that have been regenerated? Back to life?
No, they were Duragar that were dead, and their hearts were being taken to the circle, but, you know, the Driders who were taking their hearts there got killed, which means that they were just dead.
Yeah.
They
Ashra-
were attempting to regenerate them in that
attempting.
way.
And then Asta obliterated them with a single laser blast.
Yes, Asta's anti-magic completely deleted their souls. Or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah. But, yeah, that is likely the magic that they were attempting to use yesterday. You would be aware of it because of your studies, and Raijin, well, both of you would be aware of it because of the fact that you have studied magic, and, well, even though Taishiro, you haven't existed in the world very long, you still did enough reading at the College of Legends that you would be aware of that stuff.
Wonderful.
So,
Oh, great.
does this mean we're gonna have to go back down there to figure
No,
out...
Ashura killed all of the Driders who were running away with the hearts.
I'm
Ashra
asking
Blue.
Raijin.
Okay, no. Ashra destroyed them entirely. There was not a single shred left.
Well, that seems conclusive then.
David just walked.
Oh,
Typically,
hi,
there
David.
needs to be a major vital organ left over for the regenerate spell to work. It can't just be any part of the body. Typically, it's most likely to work without any complications when there's, say, the brain, the heart, you know, one of the lungs, some important organ. It typically works best if they have that.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, Taishiro, the Deadstone sword that was in your room, you can hear it humming. It almost sounds like a lullaby.
Do you guys hear that?
You don't recognize exactly what it's singing, Taishiro.
Do you guys hear that?
Oh, unless it's someone snoring and checking on coffee, if that's what you mean.
No, not that. I don't think the Khan has woken up yet.
Ah, fair enough.
It sounds like there's a humming coming from my room.
Oh, so... And you've already got musicians, Taishiro. It's not one of those ferrets, is it?
No, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to hire my own. I'm not allowed to hire my own backing vocalist until I get to a certain level in the.
Check on the damn sword.
Tashiro's gonna head over to his room to try and check on the sword,
Okay,
or to just check where the humming is coming from, because he probably doesn't know it's the sword yet.
alright. The sword is glowing, and you can clearly see the fact that the room seems to have lights that look like little spidery threads. It kind of reminds you of the crystals that you saw back in the Asawaki Isles.
I have one of those, shouldn't I?
You do. But what I'm saying is, this sword is exhibiting a similar property to that.
I'm gonna check to see if the crystals that I have on hand are reacting in any way to this.
They don't seem to be reacting.
So this isn't something. This isn't something of Tenjin's.
Alright. Is anyone who understands Undercommon currently in the room?
Raijin probably would have wanted it too.
Okay, in that case, Raijin, you would be able to translate. And Taishiro, once you get closer, the light from one of the spiderweb-like lights coming off of the sword will begin to tap you. And all of a sudden you can understand what it's saying. Our home is carved by our wills, and our honor writes its legacy. The souls of our homeland will never face regret as long as we maintain what built us. May we never face the abyss below, nor the blinding lights above. Through life and death, stand strong and never yield. Then the music will stop, and you'll hear a voice that you heard yesterday. This is my final message as queen. Wherever you are, ensure our way of living does not die out. One day, the Underdark will rise again. Until then, prioritize the safety of your charges. They are our future. Do not revive me, for I died with no regrets. Good starlight, friends. And the
Did you hear
sword
that?
will stop glowing, but it's clear that it still has immense magical power radiating from it. Something
hear that?
about that clearly caused the dead stone to power up, but you're not quite sure what it is.
Did you hear that, Raijin?
Yeah, I did.
I think that was the. I think that was the soul of the queen.
It was a likely recorded message of them.
What does this mean? Is she saying she wants one of us to take this sword and do something with it?
Regardless, we shouldn't leave it. We shouldn't leave it behind. If I'm right, I'd have to say it's something more along the lines of she was telling her people that we just happened to hear it as well.
Both of you, roll a history check, and anyone who heard what the sword said, you also get to roll a history check.
Okay, well, that's gonna be flat for me.
Okay.
18.
Well, I
Both
guess
of
I
you will
might have to
succeed.
go. Yeah, David's
And
out of
you
it.
will all
I got an
succeed. It's not a
8.
high DC.
I got an 8. Wow.
The DC was 5. I was seeing if you got crits. Okay, good starlight. You will recognize that as something that is typically said in the Underground, the Underdark, and the Hells. It's typically something that refers to the one night a year when those underground places can actually see starlight. It's a New Year's celebration, specifically when Akaza allows the stars to be seen by all. It refers to a new future. It's a good omen and a message of hope for a new era. It's quite fitting for a final goodbye.
So it was. So it was her final goodbye. That's.
Taishiro,
there's any
you do
stories
not
about
sense
her.
her soul in the room. There is no remnant of it. While you could vaguely sense it yesterday, it's clear that it is no more.
Can you imagine?
One
David?
final light will come from the Deadstone sword, and it will just appear as the words in common, passed on. And then the sword will stop glowing. But it clearly still has the same power that it did.
Hey, Raijin, David,
Hmm?
do either of you two know what this sword is made of?
Deadstone, I believe.
Yeah, certainly looks like it, huh?
You would be able to tell because of the
I was
fact
gonna-
that the
Yeah, well,
Dubel family crest is on it, and also the fact that engraved quite near to the hilt on the blade is Deadstone.
Taishiro's gonna pick up this sword and just like start looking at it and just. Do you know what that? Do you know what deadstone is?
A stone with necrotic properties, from what I understand. I believe it's also something to do with the realm of the dead.
Well, kind of in the name, isn't it?
You will start to see a veiled figure appear. All of you can see her, but Taishiro, you can see her most clearly. The other two of you just see mist, but you can all hear her as she turns to you and says, "Hello, Taishiro. It's good to be able to see you in person. Clearly, you have some artifact which allows you to
Kay?
have a greater connection to the realm of the dead.
Wait, Kay?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, these are, guys.
It
Meet
appears you have
Kay.
two others with you. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
These are my friends, Raijin and David.
Nice to meet you
Raijin,
both.
David?
Same to you.
I'm Caliph,
This-
or at least that's the name that Taishiro gave me. I don't normally interact with the world of the living. I'm a goddess who lives in the realm of the dead. You needn't fear anything from me, though. I intend none of you any harm.
Wow, friends in high places. Guess
Low
I'll put it
places,
like that.
technically. As
Yeah,
far
just-
as cosmologically goes, the realm of the dead is pretty deep.
David just didn't want to be insulting.
Oh, no problem. Trust me, I've seen it all before. After
why
all,
you-
many people have lived and died in history.
I imagine many more will.
Yes, that is generally the way that living and dying works.
Do you? Why are you here, Caliph? Surely like a god like yourself would want to come here for a reason.
Honestly, the main reason that I came here was because this was the first time that I could show my face to you. I'm only able to show myself so clearly when you're in the presence of something from my realm. I won't always appear, but I can whenever that's close to you. It's a powerful artifact you've got there.
Apparently, it's made of something called deadstone.
That makes sense. That's the stones of this realm.
Of this realm?
The realm
Taishiro's
that
just
I'm in.
pointing.
The realm of the dead.
So you're saying this blade was made with stone taken from the world of the dead?
Correct.
How? How is that even possible? Wouldn't the only way for someone to be able to get into the realm of the dead be to die?
Well, that's the easiest way, but surely you've heard tales of heroes who have managed to make it to the realm of the dead and then bust their way back out again?
Only most of them would. Most of the ones I know of were gods.
Well, there's plenty of mortals who have done it as well. Also, sometimes near the entryway to the realm of the dead, there's a bit of deadstone that seeps out. Typically, mortals collect it from there.
So
It's
this
not exactly
blade-
unheard of. Besides, there's a family in the world that I believe even uses little pellets of stone as slingshots. They fire it from some kind of miniature cannon. It's amazing the inventions that technology can come up with.
We can thank Lord Fettress for that.
That we can. I don't particularly
So
mind.
this-
Honestly, it's quite clever to see what people can do with artifacts from other realms.
So this deadstone. You think it could help my? Do you think you could help in my quest to serve you?
Well, it can certainly
Even
make it easier for
souls
me to
and the-
contact you. I'm not sure what else it would do to assist you, though.
Hmm.
All I know is that it has the properties of the realm of the dead.
I perhaps should. Maybe I should hang on to it for a bit then.
If nothing else,
Surprising.
it should work as a form of sending stone between you and I.
Okay. Thank you for coming, Caliph.
No
It
problem.
was very nice to meet you.
Nice to
Hope
meet you
see
too.
you.
In person.
to see you. Yeah.
Yes. Best of luck with your quest, Taishiro. And remember, I'm easily accessible if you need to ask me something. And then she will just disappear.
So
Oh.
that was my god.
Yeah. That's awesome, Taishiro. Damn.
I know, she's great.
Ah, Oh,
Um, what do I do with this? And he's just gonna like be holding the sword in a very, very incorrect way.
I'm pretty sure
Oh.
you already know how to hold a sword properly, Taishiro.
I use rapiers, not short swords.
Okay, look, I as the DM will say you absolutely know that as it is a sword, you hold onto the bit that is not pointy.
Oh yeah, no, he's holding on. He's holding on to the hilt, obviously.
Okay, alright, so how is he holding it incorrectly then? Is he just like holding it with two fingers?
He's got like the two. He's like doing the two finger like you would hold a
Okay,
bag
alright,
of
fair enough. Well,
Yeah.
that is one way to hold a sword if you don't want to use it.
What do I
That's
do
like-
with this?
I mean, it's a
Or do you mean to
token that
carry it?
way that she can connect with you, or at least that's what I followed.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to be wielding something from the land of the dead.
It doesn't seem to be doing anything harmful around you. All three of you are pretty good at magic and sensing mana around you, and so you would be aware of the fact that it doesn't look like it's going to have any particular negative effect on anything or anyone unless it is touching them. It merely existing in such a small amount isn't going to have any particular problem. If you had a massive boulder from the realm of the dead, that would be a different matter, but because it's such a small amount that it's a sword, it's not really gonna do anything unless you touch the blade. In other words, if you put it in a scabbard, it's not gonna do anything bad.
I guess the Spider Queen wanted me to have it, so. Or wanted one of us to have it.
Okay. Let's go with that. Yeah.
Well, that's what
I'll
you said,
scabbard
right?
for you just fine. Yeah, we'll find a scabbard for you.
Okay. And he's just gonna put it back down on the desk and just. So, while Sinjin's recovering, what should we do?
Going in, we'll be back up within an hour or two.
We've got this
Senshin,
big city.
you awaken in the hospital area. Your family looks uninjured but completely exhausted. You are ravenously hungry. And also everything aches.
Give me a goddamn county!
All right, I'm
Awake
pleased to
now.
see you're all right. Just give me a second. We'll need to order some food. We'll get it to you as soon as possible. And you'll just see a bunch of castle attendants running around attempting to get you a whole bunch of food.
I somehow imagine the rest of us heard that.
Yeah. Oh, he's
no,
up.
Yeah, he's awake now.
Awake. Come on,
Kana,
let's go say hi.
You are awakened to the sound of Senshin screaming that.
The kid. Oh god, the kid's up. Sounds like he's just as chipper as ever. What's the time right now? And Kana's gonna like open the blinds in over him slightly.
You guys typically wake up at around 6 a.m. It is currently about 10 a.m. So most people in the party have been up for about 4 hours, but Kana and Senshin have both woken up at about 10 a.m. because of the fact that Kana got to sleep in because nobody annoyed her, and Senshin was severely injured, so he needed to sleep like that.
Oh, it's still daylight. Well, I should probably at least check on the kid before I try and get some more shut eye. And Kana's gonna get up and start making her way to the infirmary.
Okay. Alright. all of you who are walking towards the infirmary, you will get run into by a bunch of servants rushing between the infirmary and the kitchen, and it looks like a lot of them are carrying trays and trays of meat. You'd think this would be a feast, except for the fact that Senshin was screaming, "Give me an entire country." And
Cow, but yeah.
oh, okay, sorry, I heard either county or country.
Yeah, the man. Well, I imagine he would start with a cow.
And you see them carrying what looks to be the amount of an entire cow, and then one of the servants will just scream back from the infirmary, "It's not enough! Keep roasting!" And they just keep running to get Senshin more food. All of you finally managed to push past all of the servants and get to Senshin, who is in one of those hospital nightingales, not giving a care in the world as he is gulping down whatever liquids they have given him, typically various juices, and also all the meat. All of it. Several cows worth, in fact. Senshin does not look you in the eyes. He doesn't even appear to notice that you guys are there. He is too focused on eating.
Oh my god, that's. Oh, I'm in this hungry and I just basically picks up a Tikalik and then shreds it like it's a goddamn chicken drumstick.
We're gonna need more cows! How about we roast a pig? Sure, you can try. It'll give him some variety, but it's not quite as big as a cow. Maybe we should try a wyvern? Sure, what the hell?
He's eating the bones.
Wyvern bones? Apparently! Keep bringing the food! Or this'll cause an international incident! What is he, some kind of demon? His appetite certainly is. Keep coming!
Oh, that is the best sleep I've had in ages.
Oh, that was
So you're
Senshin,
eventful.
you finally notice the rest of the party there after you've eaten enough to not feel starving. You're still hungry, you're just not starving.
Oh, hey guys.
See,
Huh.
you're feeling better?
A lot better. Had a good sleep. Had a good feast.
I think
Here's
he's
what I
finally slowing down. Okay, you can stop roasting now. We'll just get the stuff that we already have.
Here, Senshin. You should probably have one of these, and Kana's just gonna hand over one of her coffees.
I'm good. I feel great and awake.
It tends to get me up in the morning, but if you're not gonna, and she'll just take off the cap and chug the whole thing.
I imagine it says that. There's just like a pile of there's a pile of bones that is clearly smaller than the amount he was eating because he started eating the bones.
Is that safe?
Well, it's good. Yeah.
You will see that they bring in an entire roast griffin, which is typically known as a delicacy in this kingdom because of the fact that it is a hybrid creature. Several of the different types of meat taste very different from each other and also roast very well together. Typically, griffin gravy is seen as a massive delicacy, and also the main reason they probably brought it in here was because of the fact that griffins are absolutely massive. So there is an entire roast griffin just there.
Hold that thought, guys. I'm just gonna, like, you know the thing when he goes, like, you know the lines which he goes when he goes proper serious mode.
Okay.
Those just pop up as he jumps straight on the griffin and just starts devouring it.
And you'll see a servant come up to you guys and will go, "And the rest of you, would any of you like some meat as well? We're doing special requests. We've got a griffin egg currently cooking up. It makes a very nice omelet."
I've
You
seen
guys have
horrifying
gaz-
things, but
gazelle?
nothing is more terrifying than watching him eat when hungry.
Clearly. Honestly, I don't know how your kingdom manages to sustain him. We, of course, will have no trouble, but my goodness. No wonder he's an
Well,
adventurer.
Technically, he'd be sustained by his family's wealth and also larders.
That would do it, yeah. Any special requests for breakfast? Or have you already eaten?
I'll take a griffin omelet. That sounds rather nice in the morning.
Of course. I'll get griffin omelets for the rest of you as well, or any other requests.
Do you guys have gazelle?
Of course. I'll get some of that as well.
Oh, sure, I'll have an omelette.
Alright? And the servants will rush off, and they will bring back a couple of massive plates of griffin omelets. You're all aware that griffin eggs are also proportionately massive, considering the fact that griffins are so large, and they typically have quite an interesting flavor. And it typically works very well with a lot of other meats. Typically, they're served with bacon, sometimes gazelle, sometimes deer. There's usually a mix of various little meat bits that they stick in there, as well as some of the more fancy trees that Pinko has made up. Because some of the weirder flavors that Pinko has made out of leaves have actually worked really well in this dish. It is spiced to perfection. Clearly, this is something that is a delicacy breakfast which is well enjoyed by the nobility. Senshin, of course, does not care about this nice omelet and is busily devouring the entire mother of this omelet.
I have the imagination he's almost done with it at this point.
Yeah, he's almost done, and the rest of the party is just sitting there, sipping coffee, sipping orange juice, and enjoying a nice
Sipping.
omelet, and then Senshin is just there devouring an entire massive beast after he's already devoured 3 cows, 2 hogs, a wyvern, and now he's eaten the whole griffin.
Yeah, it's just bone. It's like, you know, like
Yeah.
how when things are picked clean, he's done that basically. Well, that was a good breakfast.
Well, that's
And
certainly
people
impressive, mate.
And people worry about my drinking habits. Jeez.
We're gonna need to put out a bounty for some more griffins. Yeah, looks
Uh,
like it. Well, that's gonna be something for the Adventurers Guild anyway. Well, it should stock our larder as well. Anyway. And you'll just hear the servants muttering that as they walk out.
So, how long have you been... So I'm just going to be the one to ask it. How long have you been holding back the fact you can release Ashura at will?
I kind of worked it out after he took over the first time. I figured maybe, and since I know how Raijin's summons work, I kind of just went, what if I copy a version of it myself and use my body as the foundation? Worked out a lot better than I thought it would.
I
Well,
don't
you
think
certainly
should
got
be
the
doing-
job done.
I definitely don't think you should be doing that again, though. Ever.
I mean, it did kind of push me through about a week. Well, I mean, it pushed me a week's worth of energy.
You are feeling energized right now, Senshin, but everything does hurt quite a lot. It's gonna be difficult to move, and while you can do it, you're probably gonna be moving more like Kana on no coffee than Kana's squad mates in the middle of battle, shall we say.
What?
Basically, you're going to be moving slowly. You're not going to be very elegant with your movements. Everything is going to hurt. It's not going to be pretty.
And
Beyond-
it also feels like it feels like I also just went like a week's worth of training without break.
Yes, well, something tells me you're not going to be getting stronger from... You're not going to be getting stronger from that.
About that, Sentinel will just half get up and then just put his hand on the wall, and then put the other hand up and start Spider-Manning up the wall slowly, before just standing straight on it and just looking down at the other two while sideways. Apparently, I can do this now.
Oh,
Someone...
neat.
Right? Spider climb.
Ashura ate the Spider Queen. Ashura and him share a body. Ashura and him basically had the exact same combination at that point, so likely the effect was
when
stronger
Ashura
than it
eats-
was when he conceived the hag.
So wait, when Ashura eats someone, it transfers their power onto Senshin?
Well, you know they share the same body, right?
Alright, everyone except for Ryojin, since you already know this, roll an Arcana check.
Rolling an Arcana check.
Okay, well, let's see.
DC is
Taishiro
15.
was the first one, so
So I'm imagining Taishiro meets it. David?
A journeyman on that, so that's
That would actually beat it.
Alright, cool.
about
So
barely
Taishiro and
needed.
David know it. Okay. Alright. So you
Akana does not.
guys. Okay, yeah, that honestly tracks because Taishiro and David know magic a lot better than she does. Okay,
Yes.
so you have heard of a couple of different races that do this. They all typically fall under the. There's typically three umbrellas. There's either people who are born with this ability or people who develop it later in life. The ones who are born or created with this ability are generally either demons or undead. So the undead who typically get that are ghouls, and there are particularly powerful demons who also have that ability to gain the power of whatever prey they end up defeating. Some of them have to get it by physically eating their prey, some of them by consuming the souls of their prey, and others by merely getting their prey to swear fealty to them. It really depends on the individual demon in a lot of cases. There's also those who can learn this ability. They are typically quite powerful mages who are very good at different types of necrotic magic. So it is either something that one is born with or that one learns. But either way, the people who have that kind of magic are typically bad news.
So,
yeah, well, that's certainly
that mean that-
illuminating.
Oh, and also slimes. I forgot about slimes. But, you know, slimes are less
Yeah,
remarkable
slimes,
than
though.
everything else on that list, so.
I think I think reincarnated would disagree with you there.
I mean, yeah, but, like,
Quiet you.
slimes are usually pretty weak monsters, unless they've, you know, unless they've been alive for thousands of years and eaten a lot of powerful things. But, you know, most slimes don't get the chance to do that, so most slimes are pretty weak.
So, does that mean that Ashra?
You can be fairly certain Ashra is not a slime. I will say that much. The other three are possibilities. Slime is not.
Well, if nothing else, this does confirm that he's actually a demon.
Or a mage.
He did use magic
Who
laser.
said-
Doom.
Who said that?
Go
God,
on.
I need more coffee.
One of the
Which
gods.
one?
It was
Which
Ian.
one?
You see a little
I mean-
crest of Ian appear and then disappear. Mages can do
Mage.
cool stuff too.
Did the god of magic just correct you about a mage, or just tell you that to think about mages more, kinda? I guess I need way more coffee for this shit.
Neat.
Just the god of Arcana just decides that he cannot let this insult stand.
Yeah. Yeah, so she just goes neat and starts walking down the wall.
Taishiro,
Oh,
you feel something, you feel some knowledge come into your mind, and the wall suddenly looks climbable.
Hey, Ascension, how are you? How did you do that exactly?
Oh, like this. Puts his hand on the wall and just kind of lifts the rest of his body up sideways.
Spider climb,
Oh,
spider climb.
okay,
Senshin,
so-
your
so-
arms are killing
so-
you. You're probably gonna need to get down unless you want to start making a bunch of athletics checks with disadvantage.
I mean, I said he was walking down.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So kind of like this, and Taishiro is going to attempt to also climb on the wall.
You stick. You don't know how you stick, but you stick.
Yeah, like
oh.
that.
Like this, Senshin.
Yeah, like that.
Man, that's very neat. Damn.
Cool. And Tashiro's just going to start running around, like on the roof.
Do you guys have some sort of restoration potion? My body's killing me.
You already went through most of the restoration potions in the infirmary at the moment. Just
Really?
getting you back to this state was
David,
It was
check your
tricky enough.
inventory.
Right.
David,
All right,
you
we got.
you literally have an infinite rune of lesser restoration.
Yeah, I
Wait,
forgot
where did
about
he get
that
that?
rune.
He got that in episode 1, I believe.
Uh,
Ethan gave it to you, remember?
but yeah,
That
Ethan,
is
The
that's
apple
cool.
juice rune.
unbelievably used. That is so unbelievably useful.
Like,
We
sure, it's
really
not
should
going to be
be
useful for
doing
major
that.
curses, but, like, this is what it's for. Like, minor muscle pains and minor status conditions outside of combat. That's what it's for.
I literally forgot about it. Man, I have so many of these things.
He
Really
just
survive-
he essentially says that. The others just start mumbling that, and Dave just goes to his bag, starts pulling something out. Just an ice through falls out and freezes tight on the ground.
Yeah, pretty much. He like tosses the fire rune over his shoulder. He's like, I knew I left this somewhere. He looks over his shoulder. He's like, oh shit. Oh.
You'll see
Alright,
that it
well-
lands on Senshin's brother. The area on
Oh,
his
on
bed
his brother?
appears to be Rob. Yeah, Senshin has an older brother who is currently in the infirmary. He is one of the people you rescued. He is currently
Oh, right.
unconscious. But
Go if that extension has a family.
yes, Senshin's family are
Just
here
save
and
them.
unconscious.
Look, it's not typical for a shonen protagonist to have a family that is, you know, around.
They are literally right here. They're just unconscious because, you know, they weren't fed for ages and they were also probably neglected in a lot of other ways.
Alright, Ascension. I got you covered. Here you go. And Dave's just gonna.
Sitch's brother, by the way. So
Yeah, Senshin's brother. You'll see that the fire ends up burning a lot of the blankets near his leg. His leg appears to be completely unharmed.
Oh. Well, that's fortunate. I almost committed murder. Alright, here you go. He's gonna toss the restoration on him.
Mhm.
Yep, free service. I hope I get compensation, even though those points go against each other. But anyway, and David's just gonna down throwing his restoration runes around.
Alright, Senshin, your arms feel a lot better, as do your legs. You still feel pretty tired, but it's pretty clear that your body has, for the most part, stopped the muscle aches. Now they're back to about the normal level that you have.
now they're down to my normal level of severe pain and anguish.
Yeah, they're not down to the special level, they're down to the normal level of you train all the time and you take no breaks.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, all good.
Also, don't worry about Cicada. He's basically immune to fire anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Cicada? Is that his name?
Yeah, Cicada.
Cool.
I have all the names. The issue is they're quite a far way up our. they're quite a very far way up our school again. There we are. Got them. There we are. I have to look at them. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Yeah, they're quite a far way up the list of things.
You'll see Ryoko come into the infirmary.
Takemikazuchi.
Oh,
Mikazuchi is probably easy to pronounce than just A on the take as well.
oh, Kana, I'm pleased to see you. There's been a message from the prison. Mr. Yisuru wants to see someone from the brigade. He's requesting one of the alternate squad's members, as well as you.
Oh, I feel good enough to go.
Oh, also, later today, the king has asked for us to be present in his second meeting with the prince. Apparently the first one did not go all that well.
Oh, why does that not surprise me? All this sentient family in danger stuff, I completely forgot about the whole reason we're here.
Hey, now that they're back, at the very least we can get some guys to help secure the kingdom. You know, for a lot.
It'll take a lot more than the Jikoku Omure to convince the king, to convince the queen regent. Or rather to convince the prince.
Yeah, Prince Nicholas is the one I believe is the bigger concern. After all, the first meeting with the Queen Regent went particularly well, and if the meeting with the Prince went poorly, well...
I'm also meant the clearing out of the platinum mines.
Oh, yes.
Because, you know, killing monsters is kind of our entire thing.
Yes, well... For now, we should try and focus on securing a budget for the kingdom before we try and secure a mine for it.
Yeah, yeah. I know. Look, it's fine. Can't I just start slapping her in the back? Look, help me out with this, and as I said, I'll do anything I can to help you out.
All right. So is anyone
And
else
Kana's just
joining
gonna look
Senshin and Kana?
Kana's just gonna look disapprovingly. Oh, I do hope you realize that you're likely not going to be able to input much into these meetings.
Nah, probably not. That's what ration's for.
How many times have you done a meeting like this before?
I lost count after 100.
Okay, it should be good. Should be good enough then.
Come on, we gotta get
All right, who is going there?
What the hell? What the hell? Let's just
quick
do
check.
this.
Which Yizuru is it in the prison? Is it
Yeah, Yizuru is the one who's the Eladrin elf with no filter. He has the wizardly stuff, and he's willingly staying in the prison. He said that he has some stuff that he wants to tell you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he also specifically requested that Kana and one of the people from the second squad were there. He didn't specify that they were the only ones to be there, just that at least those two showed up.
Anyone else want to come with?
As well.
Alright, cool. So that is Senshin, Kana, and David. Alright, sweet. So you'll see Yizuru.
And Taishiro.
Okay. Alright, Taishiro as well. Alright, cool.
I'll stay back. It probably would be best for if your mother or father or brother woke up for at least someone familiar to tell them what's going on.
Good idea.
Alright, sweet. Well, if that's the case, you guys head down. You will see that Yisuru has the cuffs on rather differently. It looks like there are cuffs on his wrists that are still made of the cold iron, but it looks like the chains aren't still there, so he's free to move around the cell. And it looks like he's sitting down at a bit of a desk and writing something. Oh.
Yep.
Hi there. I wanted to show you something. It occurred to me that you're probably going to need to know where the paperwork is in Reed's house in order to successfully raid it, so I've made some maps. They might not be perfectly three-dimensional, but I hope the two-dimensional versions will be good enough, and he'll just pass out some paper through the bars.
These should be pretty good.
So you'll see highlighted there should be all of the places that paperwork is stored. I've also got a legend that's showing roughly what type of paperwork, and I've also got the secret compartment there, which typically isn't shown to anyone outside of family. So that one's likely to have a lot of the more incriminating stuff that you're looking for. And here's a second map, which I'm just finishing now. This one, in case Reed tries to escape, these are the areas around town he's likely to hide either himself or his money. And these are the ships that I'd suggest that Arwen locks down, because they're the ones that he's most likely to attempt to pay to get away on.
This is quite the attention to detail for a man that's been trapped in a cell for a while.
Well,
I gave him a lot of good information, and he's smart.
Well, here's the thing. I'm involved in the family business, and I am aware of a lot of the stuff about where paperwork is kept. Plus, also, I have scried on him a number of times. So, I typically have a pretty good memory for a lot of this stuff. Were I using magic, I would have made this a three-dimensional one, but I hope these 2D recreations are good enough to be of use to you.
They should be more of use than the three-dimensional ones, honestly. And yeah,
That's good.
Khan's just gonna pass out the documents to everyone.
Okay. And
make sure you guys get a good look at these.
Yes.
Alright.
So I'd suggest that you make sure you raid those places to make sure that there's no money left in there. Because, well, in all likelihood, Reed is going to attempt to put his money in them and then send his operatives to send it to him after he's escaped. If he's aware of the fact that there's a treason trial, that's likely how he's going to do it. It's probably going to be necessary to lock down his funds before the trial. I believe they're getting onto that rather soon, aren't they? At least they should be to make sure he doesn't run off.
So we need to make sure that make sure that he's unable to do anything in the port area before the trial takes place.
Yeah, Nicholas basically steal all the money that he. Well, not steal. What's the legal?
Right.
Stealing, he still has to
Requisition.
It's not quite stealing. I don't think he's
Requisition. Requisition all of his funds because he's under investigation for some high crime and he can't be allowed to leave the country.
I do have one suggestion that may not make him as suspicious.
Yeah.
Instead of you requisitioning the money, what I suggest is maybe it gets moved from one area of the family business to another in a way that he would particularly dislike. What I'm thinking is, he'll never be able to access the money if it's used to pay the workers on the docks.
So you're suggesting we take all his money and use it to pay the wages that they're owed?
I'm suggesting you tell Arwen to take all his money to pay the Nulls the wages they're owed. That way, he won't suspect that it's anything to do with the law, and also, he will never get it back.
You are a sneaky, manipulative douchebag, and I love you.
Are you suggesting that I go against my sacred vow as a cop and as a police officer, as a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade, and bend the rules for my own amusement?
No, this sounds more
You
like...
really were
I'm
were
just
being
suggesting that
drama,
you give a message to my brother to get the funds out of Reed's grubby hands.
I like that.
Because, let's face it, this way it won't raise his suspicion, so he won't attempt to escape, and also, it will really piss him off.
I like it. Let's do it now.
Very
Oh,
well.
I mean, you can't argue with that.
Also, I will
hope that
follow
Arwen's
the
in
rules in
agreement.
any way possible. During the court, I am willing to go under any truth spell, and I am willing to say anything, truthfully of course, about Reed.
Yes, unfortunately, I believe truth spells violate the Fifth Amendment, but
Not if they're consented to.
regardless, let's just hope that Arwen's in a in a cheery mood after all of this, or at the very least in an angry mood that we can use.
I want to work with this
Yes.
one, exactly. I think I talked to them exactly on this earlier.
You guys ready?
Good luck. I hope that was of help to you all.
This will be plenty. Thank you very much.
Excellent. See you at
Your
the trial
cooperation-
then.
Your cooperation
fun
with the
napping.
brigade will not be forgotten when it comes to the trial.
I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He was only in here for both his own protection and this possible...
I chose to stay in here because if I stay in here, that means that you have a basis to get into the house. It basically gives you a free warrant to investigate all of the properties to do with the business if I'm still in prison under suspicion. So therefore,
I'm just-
I wanted to remain under suspicion so that you could get more official authority to investigate.
Still, I like this guy.
Exactly. All I'm saying is that you likely won't remain under suspicion any longer, even if your douchebag of a brother tries to drag you down with him.
That's really not going to work.
Believe
Desperate
me,
men do
I'm
desperate
happy to do
things.
anything to make sure that traitor ends up being executed for treason.
I don't think you'll need to, honestly, but we appreciate it.
Good.
All right.
Best of luck.
All right. How should we split this up?
We walk.
So you will see on the map that in the port district there are quite a number of ships. Typically they are around here and here. There's about 4 separate ships that have all been marked as ones that should not be allowed to leave port without being thoroughly investigated with both magical and non-magical means, because he's basically stated that these people are rather corruptible and they are likely to take away anyone and disobey any official order if given enough money. So that's why he specifically listed them out. And he's also said that several of them have taken fairly large name international criminals out to sea several times. It's not well known, but Yisuru has scryed on them before, so that's why he's aware of it.
Oh.
You would also be aware that there are a number of safe houses in the merchant district. Here, 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 and one in the port area here. So there are 4 different safe houses that it's likely he is either going to keep himself under hiding or his money. So basically, there are several different escape routes that Yusuru has pointed out. Plus, there is also the house itself, which can be raided. It's likely you won't need to do all of them at the same time, but it probably would help if you split up a bit.
So I'll go. I think I've already been the one informing Arwen of most of the, well, corruption and treason stuff about.
Yeah. And Arwen has specifically said that any of you who bear the symbol of the Virgil Dove Brigade, his servants are instructed to let you in freely and take you to him instantly. So anyone who goes to Arwen should be able to resolve their part of it fairly quickly.
So
whoever's going to visit Arwen should also probably be involved in going into Reed's house and investigating it. So it's likely there should be a team of 2 or 3 people just so that they can cover more ground there.
Let's see. Kana, you and I are probably pretty good for going to both investigate Reed's house and talking to Arwen, right?
That would make sense. We were the two that talked to him in the first bit. Well, you were, and I talked to him through a stone. But
also, I've got the magic seeing eyes that let me see through everything, which helps.
I think. What does that mean? What does that mean for Tashiro and David?
Oh, I can always freeze the ships if I try and get away.
That's unnecessary.
Would also probably cause major complications in the upcoming trial if you were to.
What else should we deal with? Actually, we get a lot of his money out with Arwen.
Actually, Taishiro, you should inform. You should move and inform the Knolls working there of what exactly is happening.
I should read Taishiro for translation purposes, shouldn't we?
Yep. Okay, I can do that.
Okay.
And David, what should David do? What can we put David on?
Well, we need to make sure that we do need to. His method was a little more violent, but we do need to make sure that the ships. We do need to make sure that the ships don't leave the ports through whatever.
Yeah, Arwen can get that locked in. We can do that by talking to Arwen, and he'll lock them down.
Yes, but someone will need to check on them in the meantime. Regardless.
Do you want to be muscle, David?
I guess I can do that.
If that's the case,
Captain, where would you like to send us? We're here too to help. Remember?
Oh,
remember?
right.
We're still here, guys. We're still here, Captain.
I thought that I told you all to keep an eye on Mr. Ferdinand while we were away.
The rest of the crew is currently watching him. I just wanted to see if you needed our help with anything else. Plus, also, well, right now the king is currently having tea with Queen Regent Mizet, and well, she's someone that I'd have no reason to distrust, and she is also a adult dragon.
That is true.
So there's very little that we could do to protect him that she couldn't.
If that's the case, Nessa, Rico.
Yeah.
And where's Jerry? Not Jerry, Corey.
I still love that nickname you give him.
Look, I was very drunk that night, okay?
Look, just because he destroyed all the jerry cans in the area doesn't... Okay, yeah, that does earn him the name. Who am I kidding?
Yes, where is he?
I think he's currently learning some shielding techniques from someone in the police force. But I can go grab him.
That's... shielding techniques?
Yeah, apparently he's also expert with a lot of the stuff of, enlarging a shield using radiant power to protect people. They have a lot of the similar power sets, so yeah, Corey's learning some stuff from him.
Yes, I'm aware, and no, you can completely leave that entire can of worms alone.
Alright.
I do not have the energy to deal with him today.
Corey? Or the other guy?
I guess, Damien probably won't be very useful here. Is the help available?
Yeah. I think he's just
right.
about to come back with, Captain, I brought your coffee!
Jesus.
Perfect. Perfect. You've earned your keep for the day. Well,
Yeah.
not quite, actually. We do need you to do one more thing.
What do you want?
Okay, Nessa, and Rico set up a perimeter around the port. Make sure that no one matching the description of the what was his name again, Senshin?
Read.
Reed. No, make sure no one matching the description of Reed gets in or out. We can't have him trying to jump kingdoms before the treason trial.
Well, he does live around the port area, so is he allowed to stay in the houses near the port area, or just are we supposed to ensure that he doesn't get on any of the docks?
Make sure it doesn't skip
Make-
town. Basically.
Got it.
Uh, Nessa, you can take the actual dock part, the actual ships, and keep an eye on them.
Don't
Rico
worry,
takes-
I know how to lock a ship down pretty easily. They won't be able to see a thing.
Z take the town, and Rico, you're
Yes,
on
Captain.
overhead surveillance.
Got it. I'll be on the roofs keeping an eye out. I'll make sure to send you a message if I see anything. Let's do this.
Awesome. So everyone knows what the plan is.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
I guess we're off. Off to see the wonderful wizard of Birmingham. We're off to see.
We are.
We're not in Birmingham. We are in Orthrond.
We're not going to see Birmingham Witch.
The wonderful wizard of Orthrond. It doesn't quite work. I made the song. I made the song for Birmingham Witch. Okay. It needs to have 3 syllables.
Okay, so you guys arrive at the dock. You'll notice that there appears to be a larger than usual police presence, as it looks like near Arwen's house. It looks like he's in the front yard, and looks like he's ready to exit the place. He seems to have a lot of fairly large bags in a bit of a wagon that he's carrying with him. He's about to exit the gates. Where do you guys wish to go first?
Arwen.
Yep. Okay, so you head to Arwen.
Hey, Connor's still there.
Yeah, she is.
Satisfactory.
Hello there. I'm just out to deliver the wages of the gnolls.
Ah, well, good. That's actually part of the reason why we came.
Alright, excellent. Well, if you'd like to keep an eye out and reassure them that I merely intend to deliver their wages as promised, then that would be excellent. Or is there something else you wanted to tell me?
Couple of things. First off, lock down these ships. Just pulls out the thing. We want to make sure Reed can't skip town before his.
Of
Yeah,
course.
that.
Alright, I'll make sure that they get locked down. I'll make sure that a couple of the more trusted members of my crew end up locking down their anchors. Alright.
Also,
Yep.
Yusuru had this very interesting idea about probably getting some more back pay for the gnolls too, through Reed's personal expenses.
I see. I like that idea. I'm not sure
I
where
do
he
too.
keeps them, but if I'm able to find it.
He pulls out the map. Yeah.
Through our investigations, we were able to find some pretty good details on.
What do you mean our
Reed's-
investigation? What do you mean our investigations? Yusuru told us everything. We didn't do crap.
Senshin, that was a part of our investigations.
What do you mean our investigations? I did all of that.
Well, I believe that Yusuru probably has a scrying ball in his house, and I'm pretty
Yep.
sure that it's tuned to several of those. So you should just be able to look at that and not even need to visit them personally. I can't say
Right.
I know exactly which one they're in at the moment, but you should be able to figure that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, either way we can use that. Give the girls a whole bunch more back pay. They'll love that. Screws Reed over. I'm happy.
And also, we'll ensure that he
Absolutely.
never gets it back.
Maybe
Yeah.
you'll even be able to find a place to stay.
Oh, I'm already planning on sorting that. I've actually ended up spending a fair bit of my own money on, well, I've spent it on an inn, quite a few rooms in there to ensure that they have a free place to stay for at least a week. It's
Sorry.
only a start, but I've at least guaranteed that they'll have somewhere other than the docks to live. I
Well,
figure they
okay.
probably need a bit of space away from here.
Rather kind-hearted of you.
It's necessary. After all, they've been through hell, and I did not want any of that for them. I want to show them that I really do mean to treat them as honest, hard-working workers rather than merely disposable tools. And even if they don't intend to work for me, and I completely understand if they don't, I want to make sure they have a good start. I owe them that much at least.
Well, if that, I believe that was everything.
All right.
Senshin, was there anything else we needed to discuss with Arwen?
Let me see. Was that everything Reed told?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Dollars. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
That's
Oh,
pretty
actually,
good then.
one more tip for. One more tip, just as a person, just as a recommendation.
Of course.
Fortify your. Take some time to use magic to fortify your minds.
I see.
We know that Reed has been using mental spells to manipulate, at the very least. God, sorry, I forgot the name.
Yisuru.
Yisuru, thank you. At the very least, to manipulate Yisuru's memories and physical capabilities for some time now.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if he stooped so low as to attempt it again. Especially now that his back's on the wall.
That's another reason why I'm trying to get the Nulls out of this district. I want to make sure that they're not near to where Isuru is living, so that hopefully he will be less likely to be able to target them. If he's under house arrest, then he won't be able to... I'm saying that I don't want Reed to perpetrate any further crimes against these Nulls.
Right.
I would recommend setting up their accommodation within the merchant district instead of...
It's already in the merchant district. I got an inn in the merchant district, which is where I'll be ensuring that they have free accommodation.
That's good. That's good.
I've set that up, and I've set it as far away from the ports as I possibly can. So that way they should be safe from everything that Reed can do.
I doubt the protectors of the noble district would take too kindly to a bunch of gnolls flooding in.
Well, it's in the merchant district, so they can go deal with it. And if they have a problem with it, they can address it to me.
Now then. Also, we will be having guards stationed around the area in order to keep an eye out for any attempts Reed may make to escape. Just so you're aware, until the trial comes, you may be under semi-constant surveillance.
All right. Well, if there's anything else I can do to help in the meantime, I'd be happy to.
Well, we thank you for your cooperation in all this.
Of course. For now, I've got an important duty to attend to, so... If you've said everything, I'll need to be getting along with that.
Well, you may need some muscle to help move all of the funds. David?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Alright, thank you. And you'll see that aside from the one that he's carrying, aside from the wheelbarrow that he is moving, it looks like there's quite a number of other carts that are just sitting out there. There's quite a number of gnolls and quite an amount of back pay, so I'm probably going to need to bring quite a few loads out.
Alright, I think I can do something with that. We'll take out the gravity rune.
I see. Ah, clever. Alright, time to get going. And you will see him move through the merchant district, and there will be a small police presence that Kana will be able to recognize fairly easily, but most other people wouldn't because they're all in plain clothes. Except for a couple of people right outside Reed's house, where you will see Corey with his massive shield, and Levi.
Corey?
Levi Taida with his overly massive shield that's clearly compensating for something. Probably a personality defect more so than anything else. And he is keeping an eye out from right in front of Reed's house.
Oh, damn it. Why did we have to run into him of all people?
Hey, Kana! And Corey will just start waving at you. Good to see you.
I see you've been training with the district captain.
Of course. Why wouldn't I? He's an expert with that shield of his. Of course I'd want to learn more techniques from a shield master.
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't you want that?
Good, Kana.
Hi, Levi.
Ah, Kana. It's good to see you finally returned home.
Yep, back where the heart is.
I thought that was in your chest.
I apologize to all of you members of the Virgil Dove Brigade for not being able to make it in time for the riots. I'm sure I could have assisted greatly in preventing the loss of so many lives. If only I had Kana's intel, so many more lives could have been saved.
I'm
Like
sure
a
you.
dick.
I'm sure you could have, Levi. These are the newest members of my squad.
Ah, excellent. So you're the rookies that she's been training. Well, I guess you'll see if any riots pop up today, how the real professionals handle them.
Actually, I'm pretty sure a real professional would prevent a riot from being a thing in the first place.
Of
Like,
course. I was just
stopping
saying if
death.
anyone attempted to start a riot while I was around, then that would be the case.
That
But you
would-
needn't worry.
Okay.
You needn't worry, little rookie. I'll make sure that everyone here stays safe.
Kana, this guy's a dickhead. Lean over Kana and whisper that to her.
Kana's gonna grab the.
Want to say
Kana's
that
gonna
to my
grab the,
face? And he'll
Okay,
just
you're a
look
dick.
down at Senshin and stare him
Okay.
right in the eyes.
Okay, you're a dickhead.
Kana's gonna grab
He just
the.
flat out, yeah, he just looks at him in dead in the eyes, unblinking. You're a dickhead.
Corey will
Kana's
start
gonna grab
laughing.
The,
And who are
Khan's
you
gonna
to
grab
say that, a mere commoner?
Can I talk?
Actually,
Yes.
No, I want to talk. Right? Hey, Kana, let me talk here.
I'm trying.
Eli, talk.
Kana's gonna grab the sending stone, the one that she has with Ascension, and just Ascension, please don't start. Please do not start this. I do not want to have to deal with this today.
It'll be fine. Just let me finish this. Hi, I'm Jigoku Umare of the Jigoku Umare House. The main family, of course.
So you are nobility with an attitude like that? Wow. How the mighty family has fallen.
You have not really been aware of us, have you? Our attitude is fairly similar to my own. Regality and posturing isn't something that sticks with us as a house. We find it's vastly superior to act like, what's the word? A functional human being. And then he'll just go past him and start walking inside the house.
Why, you little... Alright.
Levi, and Kana's gonna just step up to him and just.
I see you rather
sorry,
like
but-
your insolent insubordinates.
I apologize for him. I promise it's not gonna happen again. Okay, just leave it for today.
David's just gonna walk over and be like, "You're absolutely a piece of shit."
And you will just
David,
see
you are-
that Reed will look at David and then just lightly shove him with his shield. Just lightly tap to push him away. And you
Alright,
are an insolent
I was
commoner
telling him
oaf.
the truth. That's exactly what I am. I mean, point being,
You're not someone who's worth my time. And he'll just put the shield back and continue to stand at attention.
alright.
David, let's just go. Okay,
I was
Trust me,
calling
you
him
don't
a
wanna
piece of
start it.
shit because he's a piece of shit.
just you don't want to start any. And Kana's gonna grab him by the shoulder and just start walking him into the building.
Reed will be very clearly ignoring everything that David's saying. Nice to see you
Reed?
again, little sister.
You mean Levi?
That, yes, Levi.
Yeah, not Reed. Jesus.
But yeah, Reed is not here. Reed is not Kana's older brother, shockingly enough. They are from
that would be a
different
fucking
families.
Twist.
Yeah, no.
Good to see you too, bro.
Oh, that was so good. Just that. Oh, no, we like to talk like, what are they called again? All right, a functional human being. Just walk away. Just
Why, you little...
it just felt so good. I was like, what are you, a filthy commoner? Hi, I'm from a. I'm of the Min family of a noble house. You know, really strong, actually well liked. Nice to meet you too.
All right.
Also, be careful. Also, Senshin, and yeah, Kana's gonna grab the stone again. Senshin, be careful when you're insulting. Be careful when you're insulting him. Don't insult his house. His house is my house.
you're great. I wasn't selling his house. I just think he's a worthless piece of shit and probably should have been cut off from the family long ago. He's saying that through the stone.
No, he's actually he's more like the golden child of the family, the most successful one in there. Even though being a member of the Virgil Rose Brigade, I technically outclass him.
Wait, really? That's the most successful? His ego is bigger than his brain.
He's the
Bigger than his shield.
He's the district captain of the local police force.
Oh, the district captain! I'm so impressed. Okay, this time he's actually forgot to use the stone. I'm so impressed. Wow, it's so great being the commissioner of a single town. I have no idea what it's like to be in charge of an entire town's defense. Oh wait, I've been doing that since I was 6.
Not quite the same thing, Senshin. Look, just you don't want to.
Move along, warrior mongrel.
What was that, shielding douchebag?
Call me what you will. I'm merely performing my duty. Unlike you, it appears you're getting rather distracted.
Oh, I can do both. He just looks at it with
Senshin, you can't. We proved
Yes,
that last night. Now, come on.
Found it. I found what we're looking for.
No, you didn't, because you need to do investigation checks first.
He's just saying that to make him shut up. I'm doing the investigation check. Don't worry.
Okay.
Mugen Gun, does that give me anything?
Okay. The Mugen Gun would make you aware that there are important paperwork, but I will just tell you this right now. Basically, all of the paperwork in the secret vault is important. And it is going to take you a while to skim through because there was a lot of important information. In other words, you are going to need to not only get past Levi, you are also going to need to walk up to the secret vault, get into it, take all paperwork.
I was only checking if I would get advantage for when I would do the rolls in the future.
You will get advantage on your investigation check. That is it.
Okay. That is what I was checking about.
You already know where the secret vault is, so Mugen will not help you with finding the secret vault.
Yes, I was fully
aware. And
it
will also not help you on determining what is important because everything in there is important.
I also figured that much.
Yeah.
I was checking for the investigation check.
Yes. But anyway, I'm going to deal with the Arwen paying people because Levi is going to stop you from entering Reed's house because he is Levi.
And you know, it is his job at the moment.
Yeah, it is also his job to make sure no one goes in or out. So he's just gonna stand there. But Arwen and David, who decided that, you know, he'd had enough of calling Reed a douchebag, despite Reed still being a douchebag, and Arwen is standing on this side of the bridge, and he is looking across at the gnolls. And he will look over at them. They'll look at him expectantly.
Asher's probably going to be going with David for this, right? Because translation purposes.
Yeah. Well, he is going to be saying this in common, and the gnolls are going to understand common. They just don't commonly speak it.
It's more for the sake of representation than anything.
Yeah.
You're having a gnoll up there to show that this man's.
And he will put the wheelbarrow down, and you will hear the clink of gold. And Arwen will just look across at them, and will say from across the bridge, I know this is by no means enough to rectify the wrongs that have been committed against you by my family, but I hope this is a start. I am here with back payments for all of your work. You are free to leave and do whatever you wish after you receive these payments. There is an inn in the merchant district that will house and feed you for a week, no questions asked. And regardless of what you do for the next week, I will pay you another week's wages at the end of it. If there's anything I can do to help you get on your feet as a free citizen, name it, and I will do everything within my power to help you. My negligence in supervising my managers has caused you immeasurable harm, and I doubt anything I could do could ease that pain. So I hope my actions can speak loudly enough to show my true intentions. I am truly sorry. And he will bow deeply, for a full minute, down to the gnolls that used to serve him. Face on the ground.
Taishiro is going to speak up and say in Gnoll, "It's okay. He means what he says here."
The gnolls will just look confused and shocked. And after a minute, he will raise himself up and hold out one of the bags of gold. If you could form a line There's no shortage. You're not going to run out. I've made sure that I've got the right amounts. Let me give you your wages. Please. And the gnolls will start to slowly move forward and form a line. And the first gnoll in the line will just say, "Why now? After all this, now you're turning around and suddenly giving us money? What, are you trying to get the cops off your back or something? What's this for?"
It's recompense. He's wanting to try and make up for the stuff that was caused by other members of his family.
I trust you. I want him to say it. And Arwen
And
will look over to her. While I didn't intentionally commit these atrocities, I am still at fault for my negligence in allowing the managers to mistreat you like this. So regardless of whether I was malicious in intent, I am at fault. That's why I'm trying to do what I can now. I can't change the past, but I want to make sure that I change the way things go going forward. I want you to have a better life. I want you to be free. I want you to have what I always thought I was giving you and what you are owed. You don't have to like me. You don't have to forgive me. That's not what I'm asking. All I'm trying to do is to help you have a better starting point moving forward. Do what you will. You have no obligation to me. I hope you can do well with your freedom. And he'll just hand across a bag of gold and here, this will give you free food and lodgings for the next week. And you'll have another payment at the end of the week. I just need a bit of time to get together more funds. But they will be in your hands by the end of the week, regardless. And she'll look at him. You nobles are strange, but it's clear you're trying. And we'll just take the money and walk off. And the next one will look up to him. And Arwen will then say, "Look, to all of you, Reed has committed a number of crimes against you, against the kingdom, hell, against even some of the gods. He's incited a riot, committed crimes against humanity, an offense to Narvok himself, imprisoned you, murdered you, tortured you, and kept many of you, all of you, enslaved. A crime against Thug. He is going to have to pay for these crimes. And I am going to do everything in my power to make sure that he faces justice for that. Regardless of him being a noble, the actions he has committed are not ones that any civilized person should show. They're worse than any wild beast could ever be purported to be. They're worse than that of even many monsters. And when he is sentenced, it will likely be to death. If you are willing to participate in the trial, if you're willing to speak up and give more proof to these crimes, then it is more and more likely that his trial will result in the death penalty. And I would like to put in a word to allow you to have some part in that. If you want revenge, I will help you achieve that as best I can. I swear it. And many of the gnolls will just look up at him. You would say that about your own brother? I am not proud to call him a relative of mine. Though we may share blood, there is no love lost between us. That man has committed atrocities that make him beyond saving. I don't care what blood we may share. He deserves death for what he has done to all of you. And he will continue passing them out. One woman will look up at Arwen and will say, she's clearly quite heavily pregnant, and she will say, You said we were supposed to speak up about our crimes. All of them? And she will gesture to her abdomen.
Oh God.
This is his.
Oh
And she will
God.
start crying.
Fucking hell.
And Arwen will reach out to
Butcher him,
her
butcher
and
him,
say,
butcher him. I'm going to butcher him.
Calm down,
I
Sentient. You're
will-
not even here.
I will
I'm going to
ensure that
butcher
you
him.
receive any doctor services that you may want. Whether you want to keep it or kill it, I will make sure that there is a doctor there to look after you. And if you would speak up against him in court, I'm sure that will not go unpunished. I'm so sorry. And you will just see Arwen start crying in front of her. And he will hand her that. And for you, if you do end up deciding to have that child or not, I will make sure that for your recovery period, you are still paid, regardless of whether you work or not. You deserve to at least make sure that you can look after yourself through this. I'm so sorry that you've had to work in these awful conditions in that state. I'm so sorry.
My bloodlust kicked in the high gear.
And she will lean forward and she will give Arwen a hug. It's clear that you weren't the one who did this. I'm pleased to see that there are still good ones among the humans, among the nobles. Thank you. And she will walk off. Wait, and Arwen will just pull out a different letter. This one should get you a nicer suite. It should be more comfortable. Please. And she will nod and walk off. He will continue going through all of the gnolls, sharing sentiments, speaking of all of the crimes that have been committed. Each of them will confess different crimes that they'd seen him do, and Arwen will continue to ensure that they are well cared for. Eventually, after a couple of hours, it seems like all of the gnolls have been paid and have walked off. And this section, this ghetto of tents, is left empty, as are all of the wheelbarrows that Arwen brought. His face is blotchy from all of the crying, but it's clear that he wasn't trying to conceal it. It's clear that he spent these last couple of hours grieving along with them for all of the crimes that had been committed. Alright. I think that that's done for the day.
Tashi's just
I'm
gonna
going to
put
eat
his hand
him.
on his You did good, Arwen.
And Arwen will just go up to Senshin and will say,
If we're not here,
Sentient's
I'll
not
just
there.
say that is entire. This is me saying that.
okay.
Yeah, no, Sentient's not there.
Okay, alright. I thought Senshin was there.
No, that was just my bloodlust flaring up after everything I heard.
What's the... Hey David,
Yeah?
what did that one gnoll mean when she said that this was his?
Nope. You're not.
That's a crime
finally-
that someone so young as yourself should probably be unaware of. You're still a
Did you really-
child. You're too young to know of such things. Though I'm sure
Yeah,
you've seen
also-
many atrocities. If you aren't aware of that one, I don't want to be the one to inform you. Just
And neither
take
do
it
I.
as another crime against common decency.
I'm just the guy being more of a bastard than he was before.
Did he like force her to overeat or something?
No, we're not continuing this.
Taishiro,
No, just flat out. Just say it was like no, and just dives into the ocean.
I'm not going to tell you the specifics of it. I think that it would be bad if you learned of it. Just bear in mind that it is another crime. It
It's a
is
crime,
another
Taishiro.
awful crime that he has committed,
Okay.
akin to the severity of keeping someone as a slave. He used her body against her will. You could say it's a bit like a Gia spell, I suppose, if you're looking for something else as an explanation. It's an invasion of privacy and trust. It is not something that should ever be done.
Okay, well, if at the very least he should be facing his do justice tomorrow, right? Or when's the
better.
trial?
And
The trial is tomorrow, right?
yes, the trial is tomorrow. And
Okay.
I know that all of you want to take this out as a form of vigilante justice, but please don't. I want the trial to go through, and I want these gnolls who have been mistreated by him for so long to be able to have a hand as being his executioner. I believe as his victims they are owed that. They have been suffering at his hands for a long time. I think they deserve to have that chance.
I think I can get that. If only
Anyway,
a little bit.
I'm going to return home now, and once the rest of the funds have been recovered, I'll make sure that I give them to all of these gnolls at the end of the week. This is only about a quarter of their back pay, but I'll keep giving more of it to them as soon as I can. I'll keep collecting it for as long as I can. It doesn't matter what the cost is. I need to make sure I look after these people. All of them. I'm going to go home now. And you'll just see him walking off, and a couple of his retainers will just look at him as he's clearly just slumping down, clearly forgot about the wheelbarrow, and wanders back through the noble district, tears still streaming down his face. The rest of his retainers bring the empty wheelbarrows behind him, and he walks back to his house.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy destroying your entire life, Reed. I want to watch you despair.
Jesus, we turned Liam into Beto.
To be fair, this guy does deserve it, considering
Yeah, he definitely does.
all his crimes. And also bear in mind, Arwen stated he committed several crimes against the gods, and also that last crime that was mentioned, that's a crime against both Akaza and Tristan. So far, they are the gods of love after all. So he has committed a crime against Narvok, he has committed a crime against Thug, and he has also committed crimes against Akaza and Tristan. He has committed crimes against four gods of the Zodiac.
That's a different point. He also pissed off Aristal separately.
And, yep, also Aristal. Because of bad merchant practices, as well as other stuff.
Not bad merchant practices. He pissed off Aristal due to hurting his own family, which is a very big no-no for Aristal, the guy who only became the way he is in order to get revenge for the sake of his dead daughter.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Yeah. He's managed to piss off both Thug and Aristal somehow. Yes. So, yeah, he has committed crimes against honestly, 5 different gods of the Zodiac.
Honestly, the only person from the Zodiac I can think of who he wouldn't have pissed off is, like, Dane. And that's only because Dane is too young to understand any of this shit.
Well, no, but the abuse of the gnolls he would absolutely know about.
Oh, that's true, Because
so he's pissed off all of the Zodiac in somewhere. It's just, welcome to the world where both people, where the people who hate each other the most, are now currently angry in the same direction.
Slavery.
You made them parallel.
Yeah.
Reed isn't living out this arc. Even if he manages to escape, the gods gonna hunt him down and flay him alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Let's go to something where I can be a sassy douchebag, please. I need to let out a lot of my unrelenting venomous anger, please.
Yeah, that was intense, Alex. Damn.
I planned that scene for a while. I wrote out a lot of lines.
My hatred is very present.
Yeah, this guy is not meant to be someone you like. If you like him, I don't think we would be friends.
He's someone who I want to currently ease off and then strangle to death.
Are you sure you'd want to eat him? I mean, come on. Ashura is I mean, I think you've all guessed that Ashura is a type of demon. Ashura has taste. Ashura would not want to eat this man because this man would disgust him.
Alex, sadism,
you'd end up getting
eating a man. If you sadism, but here's the thing: if you do it for sadism, it makes it a lot better.
Okay, Ashura might start chewing, but ultimately he is going to spit those parts out because he is not swallowing any body parts of someone as vile as that.
Like, say what you will about Levi, but at least he's just a pretentious douchebag.
Yeah, no,
Levi looks like a good guy compared to this guy, and Levi is a dick.
I'm gonna sass back hard against Levi for this, just because I need to let out my unrelenting
Fair
anger.
enough. I literally made Levi to be a punching bag almost. He's
Wonderful.
The whole point of him is that he's a pretentious douchebag that's not like evil, but very, very much not likable.
Rah, rah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna
So
send you this
yeah, once all of
privately, Eli.
once
You'll
all
probably
of these
appreciate
people
watching this video
clear
later.
out, then you will see that Levi and Corey are still standing there, and they're in front of Reed's house. Levi appears to be fairly solemn, and it looks like he's putting his head down for a moment. This happened in this kingdom.
Is this Levi?
Yeah. And he appears to look solemn and genuinely upset. Though the second that Kana and the rest of you start to look, he immediately changes his face up and tries to put on a bit of that cocky face, but it's clear that it's subdued a bit.
Wonderful.
You're still here.
Yeah, we've got investigation work to do.
Alright. Where?
In there.
Okay, so you're coming in as the Virgil Love Brigade to investigate.
Yes.
Yeah, ostensibly.
Do you need Reed out of the area?
Is he?
Actually,
He's
Wait,
under
where is he?
house arrest. Of course he's in the area.
Oh, is he in that house right now?
Yes, he's under house arrest. In
I
his
don't know,
house,
douche.
which is that house.
Yeah, cool. Move him somewhere else then.
Alright, I'll move him next door.
Also,
Just-
don't forget to- So that's some cold deal something on him, yada yada.
I trust you should be able to. You should be able to handle him quite efficiently, Levi.
Of course I can. After all, he's just some criminal. My hero's steel will get through any of that. And he'll just pull his shield up, walk inside. Corey, I trust you have the entrance? Yes. Great. And he'll walk through with a couple of other guards, and you'll see him pop out a few minutes later with Reed, and he will be in cold steel shackles. Unhand me, you brute! Why are you taking me out like this? You told me I was under house arrest. Now you're taking me out of my house? What is the point of house arrest if you're just going to... Oh. So it's you lot.
Hi again, fuckbag.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately for you, we have orders to investigate this house, and as a dangerous and violent criminal, you're going to have to be placed in lockdown even further.
If you will excuse me, I have committed no crimes.
You'll be the judge of
I
time.
can pull out the list. I can pull out the list again. I still have it here. And she
Those
pulls
are
out the
misdemeanors,
notepad.
not crimes. Those are misdemeanors
cool.
that are finable, which you have already fined me, which I am contesting in court tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Hey, do you want to... Cool. We have to do this anyway, so can you just shut up, douchebag, and let us do our jobs? Thank you. And essentially, just walk past them and go inside.
And you will see Levi will just look at this guy and will shove him rather roughly with the shield. And then you will just see that Reed will start yelling. Ah! What is that made of? Hero's steel, punk. It deals a lot of extra damage to evil people like you. I can already tell that you're going to not enjoy being anywhere close to this. So get moving, or this touches your behind again. And he'll just start shoving Reed forward. I don't usually like to be this brutal, but with evildoers like
Levi?
you, I have no choice. And we'll just start shoving him forward with the shield. Reed, after 2 shoves, will eventually get the point and start walking forward on his own into the house. And then Levi will stand outside it. Well, I'm not stopping you from getting in there, so do your job already.
Okay,
So
have fun, have fun, douche shielding. Not quite as much of a douchebag as I thought before, but still kind of a douchebag.
You can continue
Well,
to
that is one
insult me,
good
but
thing.
that won't change my honor.
Yeah, you're more honorable than I gave you credit for. You should still probably fix your attitude problem, though. You're never gonna get a wife like that. He'll just walk inside the house.
Why, you!
Oh.
And he will just go. Alright, that's it. I've had enough of your insults in front of my subordinates. What do you say we take this to a duel?
No, we have more important things to do.
Not now,
Right.
after the more important things.
I also just kind of crashed my entire body after a severe fight with the Spider Queen. I have more important things to do right now. I'm gonna do them.
Once you heal, once you are back to your full strength, then.
He seriously challenged me to a duel over a couple of minor jabs and insults. I told worse stuff of my own friends. Just ask Kana.
And you call
Guess what
yourself nobility. Truly disgusting.
No, well, I prefer the title warrior because I think nobility makes me seem like a smarmy asshole. So, you know, you.
Kana's going to grab the stone again and psychically tell Senshin. Senshin, I think that was meant for me, not you.
Was it?
Yeah, a noble a noble from his own house, teaming up and being friends with someone like you is probably not something that Levi thinks is. Well,
I don't think he thinks. I think he acts.
Also, why did you say he's never gonna find a wife? He's currently engaged.
Yeah, sure he is. I'm sure that wife's gonna be plenty loyal.
Well, I mean,
That's why he immediately got. I'm sure that he got so angry immediately because that whole engagement thing's going fantastically.
Kana, history check.
Okay. I don't know what Kana's history is. Let me check.
It's a wisdom based, if that helps.
History is nothing, so that's a flat 6.
Okay. You'd be aware that he is engaged. You're not quite sure if it's the blonde-haired woman or whether it ended up breaking off for the brunette-haired woman. You're pretty sure that his latest engagement is to an elf, maybe? You don't quite remember.
There was also the dwarf girl. No, the dwarf girl was the affair he had with the blonde-haired.
So you see my point now. He's kind of my point yet.
Oh man, Hey Levi, Kana's gonna try something. Hey Levi.
Yes.
How are things going with Cassandra? No, Diane.
I am not engaged to Diane because she unfortunately passed on to the next world. It was a truly sad moment.
I'm so very sorry, Levi. I didn't mean to. Let me just go. And yeah, Kana's just gonna walk back into the building. Fuck! I really need to get back in touch with the family.
Jesus, lady killers. I guess lady killer for him is a little more literal.
I don't think he would actually kill a woman, but okay. Unless of course the woman was a commoner and was a particularly vile one at that.
So I'm starting to understand that there's a good chance if he ever starts some sort of information, I'm gonna try and cut his arms off.
Rajan's a noble, so he should be relatively fine.
I mean the other aspects, dum dum.
Isn't Rajan only 15?
17. We both are.
17. Still, I believe that's under the age of consent in this country, and he is a district captain. He's not going to do anything for that.
Didn't he just explain about the amount? You just explained affairs and cheating.
Yes, but not,
Yeah, Imagine we're having this conversation as we're just looking through the house.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we're still
So
looking around.
you guys are
I
in
assume
there.
that-
The
I'm
house is
assuming that
completely empty, and you guys go through a lot of the areas. Most of the like stuff in, say, the bookshelves. There's quite a few things that are hidden under the rug. There's quite a few things that are hidden behind the drawer in the desk. There's also a safe, which Yisuru fortunately told you where the key was, and Reed did not have time to collect it before he had the cops bust in and take him to the next house. So you are able to open the safe, and it looks like it has several scrolls of Gias still in it. 4 more. And one
Well,
that
that-
looks like it's half written. So it looks like it hasn't been fully set up yet.
Well, that's a smoking casting.
This is. Seems like this is going to be trickier than we thought.
And you will also see a lot of other paperwork which is not magical in nature, which looks like it is a form of journal. It's not in a language that you recognize, but you can clearly see that the dates are written at the top, and those are written in common, but everything else is written in some language that doesn't look familiar to you.
Fuck no.
Kana, you cannot recognize it. Anyone else want to look at the language?
Sure, fuck it, I'll look
Alright,
at it.
Kana, you
I forgot
don't
to give-
know what the language is, but something about it looks familiar. Senshin,
I forgot to give the
you've
I forgot
seen
to-
this before. Roll a
I have?
history to see. You have seen this language before, I should say. Roll history to see if you can remember where. You don't understand it, which is why I'm trying to get you to roll to see if you remember where you've seen this language before.
Oh, please don't roll bad. Fuck!
You've seen it before. You don't know where. Maybe you were taught it.
You said that
Maybe you
looks
encountered
from-
it somewhere else. You definitely
David,
haven't
do you know
seen
what
this
this
exact
is?
text before, but
I don't think David.
David,
David was-
no, David
Wait,
definitely
there's
will
two.
not recognize this. Senshin was the one with the highest chance out of anyone in the party to recognize
Yeah.
what this language was. So if
Wait,
Senshin,
actually,
well,
what's the
aside
DC
from
roughly,
Raijin,
Alex, actually? I gotta check that, because I don't know if I have history or not, man.
well, it's
I-
higher than 4.
Yeah, I can't beat that. Yep, it's flat. Fuck, Nozzle, why did I have to roll like dog?
Yeah,
You said
at
that
any
Kana
rate.
recognizes it, or like it seems to be familiar.
Yes.
Where have I seen that before? I've seen this before, but
Can I try to make a check to see if I recognize where it's from, why it seems familiar?
Okay, yeah, let's say
Wasn't it-
history or insight, your choice.
was it in the
I will pick
Feywild?
I will pick insight because that's master and my history is nothing.
Alright,
Alright, let's see.
okay.
Nice.
It looks somewhat similar in nature to Elvish. There's a couple of characters of the alphabet that look familiar. It looks like an older version of it.
Was that in
Maybe
the
Sylvan?
Feywild?
Perhaps this is
Wait.
meant to be what the Eladrin elves speak.
The Feywilds, that was it!
Mm-hmm.
I saw it when I went there!
Do
Kana, you had a
recognize the
basic
language?
sense of it because
Do
you
you
are
recognize-
an elf, and Senshin, you have visited the Feywilds.
Oh, I'm a
David did
half
not have a
elf.
prayer because he has not read anything in the Feywilds.
Kana's a half elf, not an elf, but you know.
She's got Elvish heritage, and she also understands the Elvish language, which gives her a bit of a leg up.
I saw this. Yeah, I saw this in the Feywilds, which
Huh.
means that Raijin can translate it because Raijin can translate everything. We really need to bring her on these investigations. I kind of keep forgetting she speaks and reads everything.
Yeah, it's useful for this section of the investigation, but
It's
she,
useful for everything.
well, not for the intimidation tactics.
Yeah, we leave that to me.
Regardless, we agreed that she should stay behind in case your family woke up, remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, well, grab everything that you think seems important. I'm gonna look around to see if I can
Kana,
tell.
get-
I will
find
also
something that
tell
seems
you the
unimportant.
only thing that is in a language that is particularly unusual is the journal-like documents. Like, the spells are all in common, and all of the other notes are typically just ledgers that include, you know, evidence of purchasing these nulls, evidence of notes of when a bunch of them mysteriously disappeared. There's also a couple of notes on ledger payments for mercenaries to seek out whatever caused all of these fires, but typically it resulted in the mercenaries demanding extra pay and no actual result. And all of those notes are in either Common or Elvish. Typically, the less suspicious ones he's got in Common, and the other ones he's got in Elvish. Either way, you understand it, Kana, so that's fine.
What about
Could I
the
look for
Gias?
any-
The
Can I
Gias
look for any
spells. Okay,
Um,
they are literally just spell scrolls, so all it is basically a bunch of magical symbols and basically just the word Gias in Common. That is what a
Okay.
spell scroll looks like. It's just a fairly ornate picture, essentially, with a bunch of weird symbols on it and the name of the spell. So
Can
that is
I-
all that's on a spell scroll. So they just look like spell scrolls. There's nothing particularly noteworthy about them.
Can I look for any mention of either in like the common ones, any mentions of the Windlace family, or in the ones that I can't read any of, like any mention of them or their symbol written anywhere,
Okay,
like their family crest?
alright. So in the common ones, so the common stuff is all of the notes about the purchases of nulls, and typically it will have what pack animals, race, null, source, Windlace family, X amount. It's got a lot of entries like that. And then it's got prisoner, indentured labor, null, source, Windlace family. In other words, what he's got the sentient ones written down as is specifically prison labor.
So,
Which,
hey,
Kana,
Kenshin,
you
come
would
look
be
at this.
aware of the fact that that is actually legitimate in this kingdom. That people are not actually sentenced to prison time. They are typically sentenced to hard labor under a particular noble if they have committed a particularly severe crime. However, that is
Kenshin, come look at
only
this.
allowed at the jurisdiction of a court, and it is not allowed to just sell any random person into prison labor. And they are also not typically purchased, they are assigned.
Attention.
So in other words,
Look at
this
this.
could be legal, but also because he's paid for it, it is not.
You see here,
Yep.
prison labor means that they've been forging certain crimes for some of these gnolls. Not to mention, now technically this is something that is legal within the country. However,
I
you
guess
have to go
the
through.
way it's being done is illegal.
Yes, you have to go through very specific. You have to go through very specific processes that involve the actual high court itself.
Mm.
Doing it on your own and paying money for the sake of getting laborers is incredibly illegal. I mean, imagine if prisons could buy prisoners in the Asawaki Kingdom.
You will note that the crimes that are placed down are typically of the ilk of stealing and property damage. And the main things that are going to be mentioned that have been stolen are food, bits of wood, boats. In other words, stuff that people need to survive or get away from the place.
Okay, my mom's calling, so I gotta be
Okay.
right back.
Okay.
Wow, he's such a repugnant, unending waste of oxygen. I hope he dies soon.
There's also a couple of rare counts of murder.
Oh, that's an actual crime.
Some of them,
Fine.
well, I mean, stealing stealing is a crime as well. It's just not that severe that it should warrant that. Typically, that would just be you pay back the amount times a certain amount. That's typically how it would work in a lot of places like this. Typically, you are supposed to, if you steal something, you are to return it if possible, and if not, you are to return the value of the thing times 5.
Yeah.
That is typically the sentence for stealing, because this place does not have prisons. Pretty much the only prisons exist are for a couple of days until a person can go to trial, and then they are either sent to hard labor, they are sentenced to a fine, or they are sentenced to death. Nobody stays in prison here in this
I have to
kingdom.
head off. I have to head off for a little bit just to feed the dog and everything.
Okay.
I'll be right. I'll be right back. You can feel free to continue without me. Just assume that Kana's off in the side doing more investigation work.
Okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
Well,
Mm.
yeah. I'll just have you guys discuss all of the stuff that you're finding then. So, that's the sort of thing that he has. And you'll also note that one of the names, it sounds like the name that Arwen was referring to, the pregnant woman. She was listed as someone who was committed murder.
Interesting.
And the victim is listed as one of the old managers.
Interesting. Hmm.
I'd say that the percentage of people that have been written down as having murdered someone are about 10% of the nulls. There's also notes on a couple of, I guess, journal-ish entries in common of when they were acquired. It's noted that they have an enhanced magical sense. It appears that they're able to recognize when I'm casting spells on or near them. I'll need to keep an eye on these ones. It appears that they're able to sense intents and emotions as well. There's clearly something different about these nulls, though I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they're a race that, well, it's seen that killing maybe makes them stronger. Or is it something else? It's also noted that these 10% of nulls that are listed as having committed murder are not acquired from the Windlace family. These are the only ones that were not acquired from the Windlace family. It was instead a name in Undercommon, a Duergar name. These nulls that were accused of murder were acquired directly from a Duergar, and they all seem to have the same properties. The targets of murder are all different. This one woman was accused of targeting someone in Orthrond, but there's some who are charged with murder from the Asawaki Isles, from other parts of the Justine Empire, from the kingdoms on the Horn. But the one thing the things they all seem to have in common are the Duragar family who delivered them here, their enhanced magical knowledge, and the murder charge.
That seems rather ominous.
Yeah, you know.
Mm. I'm just gonna put this down so that Eli can have this when he gets back.
Yep, I'm not fully sure how to process this.
Yeah, that's some concerning stuff, isn't it? You thought the mystery was all done? No, there's more shit going on. You're never gonna figure this city out because it just is gonna keep sucking more in completely different ways.
Right. I'm starting to wonder if this. Hey, David.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, nothing stays simple here, that's for sure.
So, all the Jurigar who are allegedly charged with murder came from Knowles.
All of the Gnolls who allegedly committed murder were sourced from Jurigar. Other way around.
Right, that's what I meant. All, yep, so then, and they all have better magic stuff. And,
you will also see further down in the notes that it appears like the nulls like this are rare. The only other ones I've seen who have this capability are one who has went to, let me just double check to make sure that I get the family name right, because I do not want to mess this up. This is important lore. Okay. One of them went to the family running the teleporters. She was recruited as a kind of mage apprentice. The other appears to have been recruited as a pet of sorts to one of the other noble families, who I will get the name of in a second. Those appear to be the only other ones in the city that aren't working at the docks. It certainly appears to be an unusual nature. Is it a new subrace? Is it a new form that this race develops? It's unusual.
Well, I don't understand this at all.
Yeah!
But what I'm learning is that murder gnolls from Duragar with magic senses, some of them, and they killed people. Who was there any? Was there anything like, what's the word? Like connecting the people that were killed?
Okay, so the people who were killed, they were all killed within kingdoms of the Alliance. But aside from that, let's see. None of them were commoners. All of them were either nobles or retainers of nobles.
All of them had to do with nobility.
So all within the Alliance, and all people murdered were within the Alliance. All were either nobles or retainers of nobles.
Right.
So that is all they have in common. So none were commoners.
This is starting to feel intentional. I'm just looking now. We can't even ask the Duragar because we killed them all.
You killed all of the group of Duragar that came here. You have not killed the entire race. There are other Duragar in the world, and there are likely other Duragar that were not immediately in the Underdark when Ashura went out. It might take you a while to find them, but there are still people who have that information. And even if they don't, you are aware of who Taishiro knows, right?
All right. Thank God. Yeah, we'll use that. We'll use that later.
The goddess of the dead.
Oh, I mean, we could always ask Taishiro's goddess.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that later.
Taishiro has a very easy access.
We'll probably work on that later, then. Feeling there's a lot to do today. Holy shit.
Okay, let me see. Alright. Have we got it? Okay. Yes. Okay. So there is one of these gnolls went to the Vertail household, manages portals as an apprentice. The other went to, let's see, what was the other household? The Akijan household, who run a wait, what did the Akijan household do again? Okay. Alright. Okay, right. Yeah. So they are another trading family, and they typically trade jewels.
Oh.
So they're being given to these people, and...
Well, I will say they were bought by these people. It's just that Reed is keeping notes and basically saying, about 10% of the gnolls that I collect are of this description. They I get them from the Duragar. They have committed the crime of murder, allegedly. They have enhanced magical sense and appear to be more violent. And then it's a case of, well, are there any other gnolls in the city who have those characteristics? And then he'll go, it appears that these two have that characteristic. Other than that, every other gnoll who has these characteristics is under me. Then it will further say, there also appears to be a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade who has similar characteristics. I wonder, is he one of them?
Okay then.
Oh,
I'm back.
wow. Hey, Eli.
What's happened?
Just doing, I guess, more investigations. See
Right.
what Alex has
So
going
the Gnoll race is evolving, and a lot of people were killed, typically nobles in the Alliance. I have not had enough. I have not. I do not have the brain power. Bleh.
Okay, so basically, about 10% of the gnolls that he ends up collecting are from a particular Duragar family instead of from the Windlace family. Also, every other gnoll who came to his place from the Windlace family was charged with some minor stuff like stealing or property damage, whereas the ones that came from the Duragar were all charged with murder in different areas across the Alliance. And so they also appear to act more violently, and they also appear to be able to sense when any magic is going off in the area around them. They appear to be able to sense people's intent and quickly react, and yeah. Also, all of the people that were allegedly murdered by these gnolls were people in the Alliance, and they were nobles or retainers of nobles. None of them were commoners. And he's basically taken some notes and goes, well, are there any other gnolls like this that have went elsewhere? And he's got notes saying one of them went to the Vertail household, which is the one that maintains the portals, as an apprentice, who you would recognize as Sandy. And one of them went to the Akijon family, who trade jewels, as a pet, who you would recognize as Rick. And then he'll start on a small section of speculation. There also appears to be a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade who has these characteristics. I wonder what gave him these powers. Is he like the rest? I think his name is Taishirer.
Neat.
You.
So that's what you found in the English documents, not English, common documents, and the Elvish documents. Well, no, I will say most of that more suspicious speculations was in Elvish, but Kana was translating it, so you guys all got it. So English was logs, speculation was Elvish, and you have no idea what the fuck the Sylvan is. It's pretty clear that these are increasing degrees of secrets. But yeah, you decide that, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna take all of the papers because all of this could be relevant and you don't want to leave anything behind for Reed to grab. So you decide to grab all of that and take it to Raijin the translator lady. Anything else you want to do? So you grab all the papers, the spell, the safe, and then fuck off. Unless there's something else you want to do.
I'm gonna piss in Reed's bed.
Okay, alright. You have successfully pissed in Reed's bed. I will note down that Reed's bed now has piss in it.
Oh, there you go.
Now
Anyone
has
else wanna
piss
join
in
in?
it.
Well, I guess David may as well join in.
Also, okay. Also, David's.
Okay,
Just
I think
realized.
I think we can tell why these two get along so well.
Yeah. I just realized David's 7 foot tall, so his bladder's gonna be huge.
Just wet, completely pissed in his bed.
Okay. Alright, noted.
Apparently, my left hand.
Alright,
I feel
cool. Well, you guys have pissed in his bed, and now I think, is there anything else you guys needed to do in the docks? I don't think so, because I think that, Nessa and Co. were all dealing with the additional ships, so the ships have been locked down, so when you guys leave, you will see Nessa, Rico, Corey, and all of the Virgil Dove Brigade members that you brought with you. They will just end up rock coming back with you and going, all right, the ships are locked down. Not only did I get them to do it officially, I also got to, well, make sure that they were a little heavier myself. Those ships
Sweet.
are not moving for a long while.
I need to take a pause and go grab some food, so I'll be back in.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you guys head back, and you guys are going to head to where Raijin is to do some nice little translation.
I guess we'll wait until Liam gets back for that, because, you know,
Okay, let's see.
Liam plays Raijin.
Okay. So, let's see. Is there any other stuff I can get you guys to do? I mean, Senshin and
I feel
Raijin
like
likely aren't going to do all that much in the meeting, so would you like to go to the meeting? I imagine that your characters are going to be more important for that meeting, since I don't think Raijin's going to talk all that much, and Senshin is going to actively avoid talking. So I'll just, I'll step in as Senshin whenever David does anything stupid, and otherwise I'll just leave those two minding their own business. So...
I guess we can do that, yeah.
Yeah. Back to the castle. So you guys all go walking along. You decide that you are going to go back. Kana, your squad mates are going to start going to, let's see, there's 4 of them, so one of them each is going to go to one of each of the strongholds and just scope it out to see if they can see any sign of who might be there or if there's anything suspicious going on. They will send you a message if they see anything suspicious going on there.
Okay.
And, yep, Levi will remain behind. He will not talk to any of you guys as you leave, and he will just continue guarding the house. So all of the player characters will get back to the castle grounds. You will dump your stuff somewhere safe, and you will basically dump the thing in front of Raijin to translate, and then tell her that you guys need to go do your job, and you decide to meet up with the king.
Okay.
So, the rest of you are now with the king. You haven't
Mr.
gotten...
Ferdinand.
Hello there. I'm glad you could come along for this, Kana. The meeting yesterday did not go particularly well. The prince flat out stated he would not allow his kingdom's money to be so recklessly spent as what was promised by the Queen Regent, and stated that he would renegotiate the deal. The terms were...
I guess that's where I need to be coming in, right?
Yes, I'm just going to tell you what happened yesterday so you are aware of it. So, the terms were as follows. A large detachment of the police force of Orthrund is to stay in Radvern City, under the direct orders of the prince. My daughter and her new husband were to remain in Orthrund, and the Yami no Itami Ryu family was also to relocate. I simply stated that I was going to meet with my advisors and come back to meet with him the following day. It looks like he's using this as some kind of power play. I'm guessing he's trying to take over the Asawaki Isles, because we're so far in debt.
Yes, using our debt problem to minimize our military might. It's not a terrible strategy.
Yes. So, that is the terms that he's had. So, I asked to meet with my advisors, and, well, today comes the meeting.
This isn't a... I hope you're aware that this is the furthest thing from a rare deal, from a fair deal.
Of course I'm aware of that. That's why I decided that I'd like some, I guess, negotiation assistance.
Well, the number one thing when it comes to negotiation is leverage. Currently, we are requesting a favor from him, so he holds all of the leverage.
Exactly,
So, no
but
matter
I need
how
to make
ridiculous
sure
the
that I
claim
don't put
is-
the kingdom in danger. And unfortunately, due to the Giases of the gods, I am under obligation to do whatever I can to achieve this money, regardless of what it does to the military might.
So what we need to do is
What we
need to do is gain leverage on this kingdom.
I have an idea for at least making the military might less of an issue.
Alright.
Right now, much of the Jigoku Umrai family is, well, not doing much since the main household was basically silent. We've basically just been told. Most of the rest of the group's basically told to stay back and stay quiet.
Station, I know that you're. I
No,
know that you're.
I'm
very
not
proud.
going to
suggesting
start
is-
by threatening war.
I'm not suggesting war. What I'm suggesting is we only mentioned that I've offered that the Jigoku Umare have offered to do what the Orthrun police could do for free, meaning it would not
I
come
don't-
at a cost.
That's
nor
not
would
the
it be-
point.
That's
that's
not what they're
Senshin,
going.
right.
that's not why
But-
he's doing it.
Yeah, it's a power play, but the point is, if it's unnecessary, then at that point it's obvious that it's unfair. Oh wait, actually, no money.
He's not going. He's not going to listen to
work.
that. And besides,
He is
Right.
fully aware of the
besides
fact that it is unfair. That is why he is doing it. He is doing it as an attempt to take over the Asawaki Isles because we are going to be in debt to his
Besides that-
nation. He wants to
besides
use
that,
this as a
Senshin.
power play. He is not trying to make a fair deal here.
Besides that, Senshin, I know how proud you are of your family, but they alone are not enough to make up for the entire military damages that would be caused here.
Oh no, they are.
They. trust
I
you
am
very
not
much.
going to be bringing your family into this because that would be seen as an act of aggression. I am not
I guess
going
that's
to
fair,
make
yeah.
it look like I'm starting a war.
That's fair.
Well,
I am certain your
yeah,
family has the military might to do that. But
I
the
was
fact of the
also
matter
meaning
is, I
the
don't want to
actors.
be bringing military might into this between allied nations.
That's fair. I'm also was just meaning as we of course actually I was going to put that I could ask like I could ask my father if it could be our household that he clears out the minds of most of the issues. We
I-
definitely would need to do that. We've done it plenty of times before, and it would definitely reduce the amount we need to ask for.
Senshin,
No,
if
it
you-
would
if
not.
you're
The
informed
amount that we've asked for, and he will pull out a budget, is specifically to restore the damage done to Radvern City. It is also to rebuild a bunch of the critical structures in the mines. There have been a lot of cave-ins in there that we are going to need to restore, and
Sorry, I thought that some of that was for the bounty on the clearing of the caves. My apologies. I
No.
misunderstood that.
no, it was
Oh,
not.
Well, I can fix the caves in, and also maybe some of the buildings. I can make stone after all.
You can. However, that
You're
is
a
not
man,
going to be all of that. So sure, that will save us some amount, but it's not likely to save us that much that we will.
have to make a difference in the budget.
Yes,
that
it's
is a
not
fair
like
point.
it will definitely reduce the amount that we'll have to pay him, but it's not like it's going to reduce it by an amount even close to a quarter. So
What
we're
is the
still going
current
to be
amount?
asking for a very large amount of sapphires for this.
What's the current amount that you've got, specifically in number?
Well, if we don't have to worry about some of the house building and the bounty for clearing the dungeons, it would be down to exactly 4,000 sapphires rather than higher.
4,000 sapphires. That
Yes.
roughly translates to how many gold coins again?
4,000 sapphires, 40,000 platinum, and 400,000 gold.
400,000 gold. Wow, I really drained that pretentious trick dry, didn't I? Listen, what we need right now is some sort of leverage. We need something that that Orthrund itself wants,
Yes.
or that it needs.
We need a negotiating chip. We don't need a threat of force. We need something that they will want.
The Jigoku, and before you
Do we have
suggest it,
that?
the Jigoku Umare is not enough.
Yeah, I know.
Nowhere near.
I was asking if we had that.
I believe the thing that he
let's find
wants. Well, I definitely believe that we have something that the Queen Regent wants. The problem is, she does have to listen to the will of her charge, even though she is the one that makes the final decision. But
Tommy, what if we
we need something
Actually,
that the
could I do
Prince
like
would
a-
want, as well as something the Queen Regent would want. We've already convinced her
Could I
of that,
try to
I'm
do a-
certain.
could I try to do a check with Kana to see if I could think of anything that the kingdom as a whole would need,
Okay,
and the prince itself, and even the prince?
okay, insight or history.
I'm going inside.
Okay,
That is.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
okay, alright.
What's half of 9? 5.
Yes.
We'll round up, so yeah.
Yeah, 5 plus 8 is Well, no, 13.
Okay,
13 plus 70 is 30. That's a dirty 30.
nice. Okay, well, yeah, let's see.
That's 30.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously you succeed. Let me just think. Okay. So Orthrond and the Justine Empire are well known for having an absurd amount of money. A lot of the families that are connected to there are well known for being able to access pretty much anything you could want. The main thing that the Asawaki Isles gave them that they didn't already have that was wanted by the Queen Regent was platinum, because she is the platinum dragon. However, that's the main thing that they had to bargain with, and since the mines are now closed down, that's essentially their main bargaining chip done with. The main other bargaining chips that they have are the fact that a major merchant family, the Yamino Ryu family, lives in the Asawaki Isles, and they want to continue keeping trade open with them. Aside from that, not really all that much.
So the only thing we really have to bargain with is the Yami no Itami Ryu, and we cannot afford to give that up for anything. Not at this point in the turmoil.
You will
In which
also
case-
note that the princess was previously promised to the prince when he came of age, that being Princess Jasmine of the Asawaki Isles. But
That would be
because of
why
the
he died in
Gias,
Daniel.
she was married to Prince Daniel, meaning that the prince here is likely rather salty about the fact that he basically got his
Podcast.
betrothed ripped away from him
Uh.
by the gods, and also the fact that she didn't love him. Because she actually had someone she was in love with. But forget all of that. This is a royal marriage.
Well, that means we're already going to be fighting an uphill battle.
Mm.
Perhaps we should take this from a different angle. If we don't have something right now that we can give them, perhaps there's something we could take away from them. If they
What are you
Oh.
thinking?
Well, can you? I don't entirely sure. There's a war brewing, correct?
The
Currently
war's
on-
currently active in the other regions.
And because of that war, a large amount of the Virgil Dove Brigade has been dispatched to assist, including Unit 1.
Yes.
Of course, Unit 1 being the Navy.
Mm.
I'm just pulling up.
Here's the
I'm just
map.
pulling up the stat sheet. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the stat sheet. Not the
Oh,
stat
good.
sheets, the stuff
Yeah,
on
the
Virgil Dove
notes
Brigade.
on the different organizations within the Virgil Dove Brigade.
Also, not the first 10. Sorry, the third group.
Okay, so units.
21 through 30.
Yes.
The Virgil Dove Brigade that is currently located in the Justine Empire is incredibly stretched thin.
Aren't you
And
all of
guess who's the-
You are. You,
Guess who
Kana,
that-
your squad is everything in this empire. And
guess
it's
who's the
even
current
more thin in the Asawaki Isles, where it is one person, Commodore.
Guess who's the current acting commodore of the Virgil Dove Brigade in Justine Empire?
you?
The Virgil Dove Brigade is a force that specializes in maintaining peace. Justine is a trade empire, great for peaceful times, not so good if a war was to break out, or if a war was to come to them. On some level, the prince must know this. So he would want to be. So that's part of the reason why he would be wanting to build up his own defenses. As the acting commodore, I can technically command the squads 41 through 50 to show up and abandon any duties they have wherever they're necessary. I can also command them to remove themselves from any island necessary. In other words, one possible bartering chip we do have is the Virgil Dove Brigade itself. At least certain units from it.
10 units from the Virgil Dove Brigade are usually easily enough to assist with almost every major matter that is going on in this empire.
Put it this way: most empires are lucky to have two or three at any given time. There's currently many. There's currently a disproportionate amount in the warring states because they're in the warring nations because they're trying to keep the peace in the middle of a wartime. But the Federal Death Brigade is an international organization. Having that level of control, or rather having that many units assigned to a certain empire, would be both incredibly useful for that empire and incredibly dangerous for them. It would paint a target on their back. So, there's two methods we could do here. If we go with this route, we either offer up squads 41 through 50, obviously excluding squad 48, to the Justine Empire as a bartering chip for his money, or we could offer them up as a threat.
I thought you just said no threat. Oh, whatever.
I guess technically
No
it would be a
military threats. This is not a military threat
In fact,
from
it would be
us.
rather generous. It would just be informing them of the consequences of what would happen if the Justine Empire were to come under such a large amount of favor for the Virgil Death Brigade so quickly.
It's likely
Yeah.
the other kingdoms would get rather jealous and probably would end up sending mercenaries to, try and steal the Virgil Death Brigade members away. And yeah, it's likely going to cause a lot of problems.
More than that, even if they decide to play things fair by the books, for a trade empire like the Justine,
Not Joshine.
not Justine, that's a whole different guy. Like the Justine, well, having all of your neighboring empires be jealous of you and be spiteful towards you would be somewhat catastrophic. This is an empire that only exists because of how well it makes of how good its relations is to the areas surrounding. If we can't offer to give something of our own, we could offer to take something of theirs.
Neat. Isn't that trade currently kind of getting choked up by the whole docks issue?
Well, technically, the entire docks aren't locked down. It's just the fact that they can't seem to get any help. So typically, trading at the docks is a lot slower at the moment because of the fact that any ships that are arriving, the crew have to remove the stuff themselves. So it's still working, just slowly. But no ships are allowed to leave, which is slowing stuff down a lot. But it's only been for a day.
Yeah, that's not going to be something that's going to influence the overall trade of this kingdom. There's two other cities with major docks within them. At least, I imagine these two would have.
Those two are just the biggest. There are others.
And some families have the ability to teleport between islands anyway. At least that's what I believe.
If I might speak up, it's highly unlikely that my family would actually choose to leave the Asawaki Isles. We're not beholden to the king, nor are we beholden to the Justine Empires. Realistically, if they were told they were forced to move, they would, outright say that they would refuse trade with said kingdom.
Which means that the prince's
request would likely shoot him in the foot. Yes.
Well, not shoot him in the foot. It's blatantly impossible.
Well, actually doing it would bankrupt his kingdom. We hold more trade power than any one family in the entire world.
The Justine Empire isn't one family.
Justine. Why are you pronouncing it so weird? You've been pronouncing it right before.
I'm thinking of Naruto, okay? There's a character called Justine. Um, the Justine Empire isn't one family, Raijin.
Yes, Kana, what I'm saying is we have the most ability when it comes to trading power. If the Yamato clan says that they refuse to trade with someone, then it completely cripples who they refuse to trade with. We've destroyed noble households thousands of years old by doing just that in more than a week, in only a week.
You could
This is an
probably
empire.
destroy a lot of individual families. You probably couldn't single-handedly cripple this
Yes.
entire empire by
I know.
yourselves.
We would, however, impose sanctions and tariffs on trade within the kingdom. We would not ever choose to move of our own. We are a family that is free, after all. Being told to serve
Yes.
anything is against our very code and honor.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Moving the Virgil Dove Brigade to the Justine Empire would do far more
Justine.
damage to its neighbors. Justine,
Oh my
fuck, sorry.
Why
To the
are you
Justine
doing this,
Empire.
man?
To the Justine Empire would deal far more damage to them in an economical sense.
I know. Well, I would rather bring that up to him. I think that would be a more important part. We are not beholden to any one king. It's just a simple fact that he should not and cannot ask for that.
Yes, well, I don't think that he's the type of person that'll care. And besides, the fact that he
As or
can't...
not, he should know the ways of this.
Well, besides that, the fact that his... Besides that, the fact that his empire is... But the fact that he's asking for something impossible is part of the reason why he's never going to be able to give us the money. And that's probably part of his intention as well. He knows that whether or not he gives us the money under these conditions or doesn't give us the money at all, the Asawaki Isles are done for. The only method of victory we have is to get the money without giving up any of our own resources.
I was agreeing with you. Your play with the Virgil Dove Grade is exactly what is necessary.
Yeah.
I was simply bringing up that point as an extra point of contention.
Well, it's not something that I believe will be necessary, but if it does come up within the meeting, then I'll leave that entirely to you.
I will do that. I'll do my job. I am the only heir, after all.
I thought there was more heirs.
Main family, Kana.
Right. Fuck, I forget royals are weird when it comes to main and branch families.
What was that? Just shoving.
Are you not
Since you-
yourself a noble, Kana?
I'm a noble, not a royal.
My family does that. We're not royalty, I think.
Because the Taida family isn't as fussed about main and branch families as others are.
Although I guess to be fair, technically my family does include over 1,000 members.
So,
Alright. Is
Mr.
everyone
Mr.
ready?
Ferdinand, do we
Yeah.
understand the plan?
Yes.
Hey David.
Yeah?
And Senshi just takes his robe back off him.
Alright, so
Well-
David does not have the sun rune on him. Senshin,
Yeah,
are there any other specific runes you would like to nick?
Oh, he took the entire bag.
Okay, David does not have any of his runes on him right now because Senshin does not trust that he is not gonna start juggling the sun.
Okay, can David just go off into a corner with his chisel and hammer, like try and sneak away?
If he wants, yeah, he doesn't have to go into the meeting.
David, if you want to come into the meeting, no rune bag. If you don't want to come into the meeting, you can have the rune bag.
I mean, I wasn't exactly gonna say anything in the meeting, to be honest.
That's fair.
think-
Well, so he'll toss it back the bag. If you want to go use the training grounds outside, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Just no explosions.
Oh, don't worry, I won't cause too much havoc.
No, trying to cause only the amount of havoc that is normal for a training session.
I can do that.
And by that I mean one of my training sessions.
I'll go with him, and you'll just see Corey volunteer and heft his shield. Want to
Thank
train,
you.
David? Don't worry, I'll
Alright.
keep the surroundings safe from any destruction.
Alright, well, this will be fun.
Do you want
So-
to come into Tachiro or nah?
No, this is something that's gonna I'll go over my head anyway.
Fair. Do you want to go train with David then?
I guess so. I've got a lot of stuff I have to write down after all of these days.
Okay.
Oh, right, it's only been 3 days.
Yep.
Still got the other runes to look for, or whatever they are.
That is going to require a long expedition. You are not going to be able to do that in a training montage while this meeting happens.
No.
That is an individual quest, which you are going to need to set aside more time for than a training session.
Yeah,
Training montage.
absolutely.
Okay, so let's. So Taishiro and David, I would like you to make a training check, please.
Okay.
Because you
Okay.
guys are going to be doing that while everyone else is going into the meeting.
Do we have?
Yes, that is a stat in here. It's a strength-based stat.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if I have it.
I know I do.
Well, yeah, obviously you have it. You're...
Journeyman. Like,
Okay.
I meant if I had proficiency in it.
Yep, okay. Alright. And, yeah, both of you roll your training checks, and let's see. Okay, 2 training points, Taishiro.
14 plus journeyman is. At this
18.
Is a plus.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's-
Okay.
And
good
you
reading.
fail,
Nice.
unless you've got
Yeah.
particularly high proficiency.
I.
Alright,
Oh, well.
cool. Taishiro gets 2 points, David gets nothing. David is a bit too busy goofing off, juggling sun runes, while Corey, carefully tries to run around with his shield, blocking all of them and making sure that everyone doesn't die from David's having rather a lot of fun juggling. Taishiro is actually working and trying to improve his sword grip, and he's also trying to see if he can do anything interesting to a training dummy with the new sword that he got. He's also trying to do a couple of the dances and seeing if he can find anything useful to do with his newfound ability to climb up walls. So Taishiro is doing actual work. David is goofing off and playing catch.
I just realized something.
Yeah?
David also has spider climb. He has a rune for it, so he could juggle suns while climbing up a wall and trying to escape.
How would that? How would the physics of that work?
Okay,
It's not like the
no, you
balls would
to
fall
spider
towards the wall.
climb. Okay, to spider climb, you need to have at least 3 appendages touching the wall, which means that you need to have an arm and 2 legs, 2 arms and 1 leg. If you do
Fair
not
enough.
have 3 different parts connected, then you are going to fall off.
Yeah, that's.
So no, you cannot juggle
Oh.
while spider climbing.
Oh. Fair enough.
Unless you are hanging onto the roof with your hands and you are somehow juggling with your feet. That is the only way you can do that while spider climbing. It is
Kinda
just
wanna-
not possible with the nature of how spider climb works.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um,
I guess just juggling normally.
Yes. Corey will be very glad because he is a dwarf and cannot get up that high.
I mean, kind of hard to reach someone who's 7 foot, so
And-
fair.
Not only who's 7 foot, who's 7 foot and has climbed halfway up the castle wall.
What can I say? I love having a good time.
So the party going in is Kana, Senshin, and Raijin. That came out wrong.
Raining.
Sorry. Anyway, so that's who's going in. Alright, with that being said, you walk in, and you will see the Queen Regent is sitting there in full dragon form. After seeing you, she will quickly transform back into her humanoid form. And you will see Prince Nicholas Zatir, as his middle name is, because, of course, he is rather pretentious looking. He is very clearly a platinum dragonborn. You're not sure about the relation, but clearly his family's connected to one version of the platinum dragon. Whether it's the old one or the current one is unclear.
Carter's gonna grab the stone and just telepathically say to Senshin, "Is this giving you as many questions as it's giving me?"
Let's be respectful, Kana. We're in a beating for the fate of our kingdom.
So many questions, though.
And the prince will look over at you and will say, "Well, your highness, good to see you and your advisors." "Hello, young prince. It is good to see you again this day. And the king will give a short nod, and everyone will sit down. So, obviously, you know who I am, Prince Nicholas Satir, and this is the Queen Regent Mizet. I know that you are King Ferdinand of the Asawaki Isles. Who is everyone else that you brought in with you?
Well, as your acting advisor, I should probably speak up here. My name is
Yes.
My name is Kana Taida of the 48th Virgil Dove Brigade Squad. These here are some of the more recent members of the same squad.
Hmm.
We were assigned to the Asawaki Isles roughly how many years ago?
Yes, it was a long time ago, wasn't it? I recognize one of you. Raijin no Itami, Yami no Itami Ryu, correct?
Yes, that is me.
It's been several years, hasn't it?
It has been many, yes.
Unfortunately, I feel that the reunions can wait for a bit later.
And I believe I recognize that crest. You're of the Jigoku Umare clan. The main
That would
clan,
be
am I
correct.
correct?
That would be correct.
What is your given name?
Senshin.
I see. Second son then. Pleased to meet you. And you will look over at him. He appears to be human equivalent of about 13 years old. He doesn't exactly look old enough to be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he seems focused. Alright, so you came here today because you wish to renegotiate the terms of the deal.
Well,
Now,
we came here today because you seem to have an issue with the terms of the deal.
well, the Queen Regent does not have the authority to make this deal on her own. I need to have some input, and quite simply, I am concerned about your credit rating. And with a loan of this size, I need to be sure that you're going to be able to repay it to the kingdom. After all, that could bring down our kingdom as well if not repaid. You understand, I need to look after my own kingdom's well-being first and foremost, before giving out charity to another. Even if we are allied, there is no requirement for me to assist you monetarily.
400,000 gold pieces would be enough to cause significant damage to your kingdom.
Correct.
I just find a guy for 5 million. Oh, sorry. I have other duties as well as protecting the king.
Under whose authority did you do that, Captain Taida?
Under my own as the captain of the Virgil Dove Brigade.
Also as the acting commodore.
Gonna save that for later, but yes, I am currently the acting commodore of the Virgil Dove Brigade within the Justine Empire.
Yo, if you keep saying that, man, I swear to God.
So I see Commodore
right.
Kimmel decided to leave us. That is rather disappointing. She is
He had
well
some
knowledgeable about the ways of this kingdom.
She had important matters to attend to on other areas. I'm sure you're aware of the active war happening between the.
I'm
Oh,
also
it's
aware of the
Philippines?
fact that the Virgil Dove Brigade presence is required in multiple kingdoms. And even if there
Why
is
do
an
you think-
active war, there needs to be at least one squad in each kingdom.
Why do you think Squad 48 has been taken here?
I don't know. I believed the reason was because you were protecting your king as bodyguards, considering the fact that there has been recent insurrections within your kingdom.
Yes, that is part of it, but another big part. But I've received many missions from the fellows over at headquarters that have basically made my teams somewhat split role. The members of the two people you see sitting here are part of a junior squad that I've been somewhat training, and they have been taking on issues within the kingdom, within the Jushin, the Justine Empire itself.
Seriously, Eli, what the fuck?
I'm getting there, okay?
No.
No, you aren't. You're actively getting worse.
I see. Yes, your presence has been causing rather an uproar. Ever since you arrived, it appears that the issues with banditry in the forest have become significantly worse, and even a riot happened yesterday. Many nobles
Yes.
died in that riot.
However, yes, where do you think that insane fine came from? My people have also been single-handedly responsible for unearthing one of the biggest criminals within the what was the name of the family at the docks?
Why is it? If it's just in the family, then
Rinse.
that's not. There's 3 people.
Rinse. Of the Rinse, one of the major criminals of the Rinse family.
Yes,
whose
I've
crimes have
seen.
been stolen.
I've seen the reports on that. It appears that you have a lot of information on fines that you've put forward to him. Some of these seem rather unusual.
The man was partially responsible for slave trade taking place in your own city.
As far as I've seen of his reports, as far as the police has seen of them, they are indentured servants. A large number of them, because they have committed severe... Well, the difference is because they were sentenced by a court for having committed crimes.
Much that's thievery, which is not
And do you happen to have the court records of the specific cases?
Yes, I do.
Would you?
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to hand them over? They would help us greatly with our investigation.
I don't have them here. It would take a couple of days to get them dispatched from the most local courts. I have seen them within those courts because I have attended them personally. But within a couple of days, I think about 3 days, I could probably get them back to here, and by that point I would be happy to show them to you.
Well, perhaps. Regardless, this is getting us off topic. What are your demands?
Well, I gave a list. I honestly didn't expect you to meet all of the demands from yesterday. I was just giving some examples of some possible things that might work. Because the fact of the matter is, I want to make sure that you have some incentive to actually pay the money back. Because with such an amount, it would be rather easy to just simply escape.
Yes, and of course we would have so many places to run to. But
yes, because
beyond this, some of these...
Because quite simply, you could take the money and then claim that it was a gift and then simply return to your kingdom, and then it would be an issue of we would have no way of retaliating, and the Virgil Brigade would be no assistance to us because all of them are in the warring states. So you see, I simply can't risk you not providing some form of collateral.
Then perhaps a different form of collateral would be required. Some of the requests you made are quite simply not requests that we are even capable of performing.
Like I said, those were all examples of different types of things that could fulfill that request. I don't expect you to fulfill all of them.
As an example, the Yami no Itami Ryu family is not under the jurisdiction of the Asawaki Isles. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't hand them over.
As I said, that was merely an example of one such thing that would qualify an appropriate form of collateral. Merely an example, nothing more. I'm sure you understand.
Then how about we turn this into less of a collateral and more of a trade? You like trade? You like trading, don't you? This is the whole point of the Joshin Empire.
Justine.
I would advise you to not mispronounce the name of this empire, especially considering this is where you grew up, Miss Taida.
That's clearly just Ita's retardation.
Did you just call me Ita?
Yes, I called you Etard, actually.
Okay. Just wanted to check that was intentional. Of the Justine Empire. My apologies.
I do not know how you could mispronounce the name of the country of your birth?
A lack
A
of
lot of
coffee.
things have a lot of things have happened recently, and I honestly have no
Clearly,
idea if
many
this
of
is the
them have
country of
happened
it.
since you have arrived. An increase in
Very good.
banditry, an increase in paperwork, a riot.
Got
Man,
you. What,
your
the prince
arrival's
isn't
really
complaining
caused
about it?
some problems, hasn't it?
Yes. I wonder what would happen if I was to send the rest of this of the units that I hold under my command here. I mean, it would be a good form of collateral.
Are
Or
you
more than that,
threatening me, Miss Taida?
also
Not
doesn't
at all. I'm
necessarily
offering
considering the troubles.
not at all. I'm offering a trade. I do hold the power to send the 10 units from squads 40 to from squads 40 to 50,
If you're
excluding
looking to
obviously my
provide
own
me with
squad.
collateral, that is not something that I would find useful.
Really, you wouldn't find having 10 of the 9 of the Virgil Dove Brigade squads useful when so many
My
other
kingdom
kingdoms.
has never fared better than when it was just Commodore Kimmel here, and no other members of the Virgil Love Brigade. I think that your presence is rather problematic.
The presence
Well,
of so the presence of a peacekeeping force is problematic. That surely says what
perhaps
the empire itself, does it not?
Because, let's face it, if you were just keeping the peace, then these problems wouldn't be occurring. The fact of the matter is, your organization is going above and quite simply in quite a left field direction away from its duties. And what it's doing is simply not helpful because what you're doing is beyond simply following orders.
what we are doing is law enforcement, something which your
That is
kingdom
not
seems
your
incapable
job.
of.
That
Is
is
it
the
not?
job
In
of the
fact, quite
police here. That is the
actually,
job of Levi Taida, your brother.
hmm,
That is not
actually,
your job.
actually, one of the main purposes of the squads 40 through 50 is to be able to act as trained bodyguards, diplomats, and aides. We
Also,
aid
Yes.
the police force. We aid the police force in any fashion that we appear in,
You
which
aid
includes
this
taking.
king that you have arrived with in making sure that he remains safe. That is what you are here for. That is your
We
orders that
here
you arrived on. Commodore
we
Kimmel
have been.
told me herself.
Commodore Kimmel has given me direct orders to help this kingdom, including protecting its citizens.
I'm sure that is what you're trying to do, but the fact of the matter is, you have caused a great deal of problems since arriving here. Great
All
deal
we
of
have done is
expenses to the kingdom, and a great deal of threats to its most important citizens.
all we have done is unearth the all we have done is unearth the threats that have already been lying dormant within this kingdom. Unless, of course, you would have preferred that we just leave it all in the dark until it got to the point that you couldn't do anything to stop it, and eventually tore the kingdom apart from the inside. Tell me, were you even aware that there was a civil war brewing within your own city?
There was
or
no there was no civil war brewing because that would imply that someone was attempting to take the crown. No one is attempting to take the crown from the Queen Regent or myself.
And you're sure of this,
I
despite
am certain of this. No noble would attempt to do that.
but a noble would
Ah.
volunteer off of mass violence.
Oh, yes, because you only think that nobles exist in your kingdom. Regardless, I could send all of the co-
That's not a fair point.
I could send all of the members of the Virgil Dove Brigade from squads 40 to 50 here.
To this city or to this empire?
Either.
So you're going to continue causing problems.
I mean,
I know
it's
your
not
history,
necessarily
Miss
us.
Taida. I know full well that you have a history of disciplinary records within the organization. I know that's why you got sent away to the backwaters of the Asawaki Isles. And let's face it, I know for a fact that one more complaint, especially from someone as high ranking as myself, would be enough to not only get you demoted, but kicked out. I would
Quite
not
possibly.
advise.
Oh, so you're threatening me now, are you? Tell me, which order do you think will come through first? Your recommendation to an international group, or mine to my own squad mates.
You will reach your own squad mates first. However, you will not reach the other squads. I will be able to reach the Commodores in the warring states before you will. Of that much I am certain. They aren't going to listen to a mere captain.
But they will listen to a Commodore.
You aren't a Commodore. You are an
Acting
acting
Commodore still.
Commodore.
That gives the same power as the Commodore.
And it gives me the same jurisdiction as one. I could send them all here. I could send them all here just as easily as Commodore Kimmel could. Do you distrust the idea that Commodore Kimmel, if she had wanted to, could send
I trust
every
Commodore
member of the
Kimmel would be
squad?
entirely capable of that. I do not,
Then you
however,
must
trust
know that.
you.
You're aware of a war that's happening,
Yes.
correct? What do you think would happen to this kingdom if the neighboring kingdoms were to find out that 9 whole squads within the Virgil Dove Brigade were sent here?
I can't rightly say I'd know.
Well, let me give you a little insight. A decent number of the squads have been sent out to the war as a sort of great commodity for both sides. Therefore, those within that war would be seeking out any extra squads they could. And well, you know how the other kingdoms react when the Virgil Dove Brigade makes a decision that wouldn't necessarily align with their own wishes. Best case scenario, you end up losing nearly all trade with all neighboring kingdoms. Worst case scenario, it might become a battleground.
Ah, yes, the Trade Kingdom would be completely destroyed by war. I'm sure.
I'm sure that your house would be able to survive. I'm sure that your house would be able to survive the best that the world has to offer in terms of military power.
And he will just gesture to the Queen Regent. Obviously.
Hey, Senshin,
Yeah.
how many members of your family would be able to defeat an adult dragon?
Are you threatening me?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm not threatening you specifically. I'm just trying to make a point that your house is not going to be safe from 2 entire warring nations coming to seize it. Even with the power of an adult dragon on your hands.
I feel
Do
like
not overestimate yourself.
I feel like you just jumped.
This would ruin you.
You just jumped like 5 fucking miles with that single thing. Holy shit.
Yeah, sorry to get you tied up in that Senshin, but I had to do something to prove
I
it.
would kindly ask that you do not speak in such aggressive manners.
I would kindly ask you don't use my family as a weapon.
I'm not using your family as a weapon. I'm trying to prove a point
Bullshit.
that people in power out
I mean, yeah, I'm not
As a
Goku Rimuru wouldn't even be
As an acting Commodore and someone who represents a peacekeeping organization, I would ask that you do not bring in a nation, a family who specializes in mercenary tactics and war.
I have no control over the actions of the Jugoku Rimuru.
I feel
Then
like
why bring them up?
Yeah, why? Kana, I don't think you get that that's not exactly the best move here.
Listen,
Right? No, listen, no.
all
You're
we're
right.
wanting.
And I can agree with that, yes. As a force, we could. However, I think which is more important here is that you're saying you can bring them in. Yeah, that seems necessary. After all, it seems like any veneer of peace here is only skin deep. All it would take is a single nudge, as proven here, for it all to spiral into violence. Clearly, one person, a single Commodore, was not enough to actually investigate the entire city.
That's true.
Prince, what's his name again? Let me check.
Honestly,
What was
I
whose
get
name
it.
again?
I've got it.
Commodore Kimmel.
I've got it. Yeah, Prince Nicholas. Clearly, one Commodore was enough to actually investigate. The damages here are done from little more than a quick look around the city.
That is true. We should probably even send I should probably even send those 10 brigades here regardless.
It's not that far off. The violence we saw was clearly premeditated and done with the intent of causing violence for profits. And more than that, I'm sure that those nobles dead would love to know about that, wouldn't they? So if you want to get annoyed at us for violence that all we did was uncover the causes of, I do not see how that is necessity. Right now, your kingdom seems to be, well, I'll say that it looks good on the surface, but underneath it looks like it's falling apart. Like a nice ship that keeps painting while the insides rot.
As I said, weren't even aware of a civil war brewing.
It was not a civil war, but it was most certainly a mass uprising, a revolt, a riot that would slay many more nobles than would be dealt with.
Something which likely would result in your own head rolling at some point. Both of them.
I would not be threatened by a bunch of mere wild beasts going on a rampage.
You would be surprised. They were, well, magically enhanced and had some backing for it. I don't believe that you would have been direct threats, but I'm sure that the many, many people you claim to protect would be. Or is that not something the prince is aware of?
Of course I am aware of the people I plan to protect. However, the people who work down at the docks, both the noble families and the commoners, are strong enough to be able to fight off forces like that. Likewise,
Really?
the police forces here are more than capable of defending them.
That was so well proved last time, wasn't it?
And none of the police forces showed up to save the family. None of the police forces showed up to actually protect the port families.
Were we not there?
That was because of internal strife within the family. It is clear that the Rinsei family has some internal problems and conflict, which is what caused these problems to start off with.
Problems which would have spiraled out to affect the entire rest of the kingdom eventually, if they didn't wipe out the entire Rinsei family beforehand.
After all,
if anywhere, it would have been a problem to the docks district and nowhere else.
Yes, because the docks are only used for, one family's boats.
The kingdom would not fall if a bunch of boats were destroyed. We have teleporters. We have other docks.
But the kingdom would certainly suffer if all of their neighbors were starting to feel jealous and antagonistic towards them.
Alternatively, if your own nobles start questioning your ability to lead the country.
Which I imagine would happen if the Virgil Turf Brigade deemed it necessary to send nearly a fifth of their entire forces just to try and clean up your mess.
Wouldn't it be more like a tenth? I thought there were still 100 units of them. Or has that number changed?
I'm pretty sure there's only 50.
Ah, I see you aren't high-ranking enough to know of the other units. My apologies.
Oh, good lord.
Regardless, I'm sure the damage caused by that to your kingdom as a whole, plus, well, alongside the damage caused by, say, the Yami no Itami Ryu putting out a bad word about you, looks over deliberately at Raijin.
Oh, Raijin's just been looking like just bad both of them quietly, but seriously.
Would probably put more of a strain on your empire as a whole than a mere 4,000 sapphires. I mean, hell, that kind of damage could possibly uproot the whole kingdom.
Is the issue the amounts? So Raijin's going to speak up then?
No.
If not, I could have it cut in half.
No, the issue is not the amount.
So the issue is that you want what?
You want
collateral?
I think we can actually answer that one.
Then we can pay that off rather easily.
I want you to leave. All of you.
Actually, I think we can answer that pretty easily. Prince Nicholas here wants to use our debt as a bargaining chip to take our resources, and something tells me the only reason you would want that is if you were planning to, I don't know, get rid of the Asawaki kingdom. As a commodore of a peacekeeping organization, can't exactly allow you to take over an entire kingdom.
I'll offer you a new deal. 5,000 sapphires. No interest. Your squad leaves with the king and does not return.
What do you think? What do you think, Mr. Ferdinand? Is that
That
does
would
that
be
sound?
satisfactory for me, but is it satisfactory for you, Commodore?
I believe that should be enough for it. I'll inform Commodore Kimmel of what's transpired here, and
Excellent.
I thank
I
you
will
for your
look forward to her
your
return.
service.
I will make sure to collect the sapphires, and they should be ready for you tomorrow morning. I will need to do some conversions. But once they are completed, you will have the sapphires. Your boat should be ready to leave, so that should be everything.
Well, once the ports have opened up again, which will only happen once the trial is completed tomorrow.
Actually, that might take a little longer, in all honesty. After all,
We should be out by the end of the week.
Excellent. Well, as soon as the ports are open and your ship is free to travel, of course, His Majesty is welcome back, but I would ask that your squad does not return. Thank you for your presence. And with that, this audience is over. And the prince will nod to you and will stand back up and gesture for you all to leave with a shooing motion.
Thank you for your magnificent generosity. He'll as dryly as possible and walk out.
Before I do go, Mr. Nicholas, I would ask of
That's
you to.
Your Highness to you.
I would ask to speak with the Queen Regent privately.
The room is open. And he will just walk off in another direction. And he will head out.
Now then, fair lady, I do apologize for that.
Once everyone else has left.
Yes. Do you not need translation for the notes?
Pardon?
Do you not need translation for the translation of
the... I am going to do that, but I'm going to wait until this part of the meeting is done, and then I'm going to go back to everybody with Raijin and note translation.
Fair enough. I was just checking if that was not what was currently going on with Levi.
No, that's not what's going on.
No, because this was in Sylvan, so yeah, no. Yeah. Kana is going to do the end of this meeting, and then I'm going to switch back over to the rest of the party and Raijin.
Yes. And all I'm really going to say is just, Kana's just going to be like, my fair lady, I do apologize for some of the things I had to say back there.
I apologize for His Highness as well. Unfortunately, it is not really something that I can sanction, having threats like that being thrown idly around. You understand, right? I have to protect my kingdom above all else.
I hope you understand that I was not intending anything I said as a threat towards your life specifically. I simply needed to prove the point that, well, your kingdom would be in great danger if the war was to ever come here. And unfortunately, you alone would not be able to defend
I know.
it in its entirety.
I know. I am fully
you...
aware of my own strength, and I could not stand up against an entire empire. Well, I could, but I could not protect the entire kingdom against them. And I'm not willing to let my subjects die. Any of them. Noble, common, regardless.
That's good.
Kana, I have a special request for you, if I may.
That is my duty while I am still within the kingdom.
I request that you not take His Majesty's deal and take one of mine instead. Our kingdom needs your assistance, desperately. There is corruption deep within it, and I fear that the young prince is going to attempt to start a war if this corruption continues. I will offer you the full amount, using a back door so that I don't have to rely on his authority. Please, don't leave. I will send any message necessary to your superiors to ensure they know that the prince is the one at fault. This kingdom desperately needs the help of your brigade.
Perhaps they're aware. Perhaps part of the reason why the prince made that deal was to try and get rid of us, and
it was obvious that was his full intention. He had all of these other threats lined up, and then the second that you started bringing stuff up that could cause problems for him, he immediately started with that. This prince is going to be the downfall of this kingdom. And as
Listen.
its queen, I cannot allow that to happen. He cares only
Yes.
for the lives of himself and his nobles. And
I
he
will do
cares
everything
more
that I
about
can.
the status quo than he does about the lives and safety of those in this kingdom. I cannot allow a man like that to rule. And I cannot
I'll do
allow a
everything.
man like that to make decisions like this.
Miss. I've forgotten her name. Sorry.
Mize,
Mize.
please call me by my
Miss-
first name. We're speaking informally here.
I am unaware of your first name.
That is my first name.
I might be a little sleep deprived. My apologies.
That is fine.
Listen, Miss A.
Mm.
Until the week is over, I will not be stirring up any more trouble with the prince. So I will appear to take his deal for now.
Okay.
I will do everything within my power within this next week to aid this kingdom, and think of a way to keep relations with this kingdom, despite the prince's wishes. I assure you that as acting commodore of the Virtual Death Brigade, I'm not going to abandon my duties to this kingdom or any other.
Thank you.
You have
I
my word.
appreciate that. Now, the back door that I'm going to use, and she's just going to gesture to a map, is through real estate. My plan is to set up basically where your kingdom sets up a small collateral loan of 1%, and then I pay you that amount. You pay back in 30 years. Standard deal. But luckily with this, you should be able to get all of this through the bank, and there is no authority of the crown involved in this. Which means that the prince does not need to put a stamp of approval on any such deal. You will also have property with which you can do whatever you like. That's not really the concern of this deal. I will not charge interest, and after the amount is paid back, then the house is yours to do with as you please, and I will enjoy continuing trade with your kingdom. I do not want the Asawaki Isles to fall, and I want to keep trade between our nations prosperous. Some of these nations need to remain at peace, after all.
Yes. Well, very well. We will discuss this further once certain events have transpired.
Yes. And
Thank you for your time.
I will conceal it behind a couple of layers of code. So this deal will be readable, but it will require a bit of magical deciphering in order to understand it. Just because I
think I have the
figure
skill for that.
it's probably worth ensuring that protection is there, just in case.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you for all your assistance, Kana. I really appreciate it.
And yeah, she'll just smile slightly before heading out and grabbing another coffee.
Alright. Cool. So that's that done.
Okay?
Yep.
I guess we'll swap over to the
Alright. Now.
translating stuff.
Okay, so everyone heads back to the room. Kana comes in with the deal, which is basically just a backdoor way of Mize ensuring that it falls within the bank's authority. So, yeah. What did you think of the prince?
So, he has a golden spoon stuck up his ass.
He probably got scooped. He probably. Why do I imagine? I imagine him with like.
I'm sorry, I feel like this
full
entire
row
session,
of
all
gold
I've been doing is introducing you to bigger assholes. I'm sorry. I feel like just
well,
this entire
Reed is
session has
still the
been,
worst.
here's an asshole, here's another
Oh, yeah,
asshole.
Reed is-
Yeah, Reed's
honestly,
the biggest asshole,
of the-
but I feel like I've just
honestly, of the
introduced you to
assholes
two
so
new
far-
massive assholes.
Honestly, of the assholes so far, it goes like
Levi,
then the
Prince, then
fucking
Reed.
Reed.
Yeah,
No,
Like-
I enjoy communicating with Levi because he just doesn't have any idea of how to deal with Sentient's jabs.
it's
Well,
just like,
probably
I'll
because it's
fight
like,
you.
Oh my
No.
god, what? Oh my
I
god,
haven't-
what?
no.
People can insult me?
It's like
People can insult me, and they won't
Posture.
accept my challenge to a duel? What do I do?
I'm just like, 5 minutes all. I have more important things to do, man. Like, come on, don't you?
When you're better, then.
I told you, I have better things to do.
I insist.
Why would it... I don't care if you insist. There's better things for me to do, and I feel like I'd be wasting my time fighting you.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh man, I love how Levi was meant to be a massive dick, and then I just,
Well, he is.
go, okay. And Reed committed crimes against humanity, and the prince is gonna let his kingdom fall apart, and Levi is just slightly rude and classist,
No,
and
it's-
also
yeah,
a
it's
massive
also-
braggart.
it just doesn't work because Senshin, the person who is the most like sassy and derisionist to him, is someone he can't insult because he has more power than he does. It's like I am a noble. Okay, I'm ostensibly a royal. Fuck.
I mean,
And
technically,
also,
it's the-
because of the
it's the
fact that he
person
can't
who's got more
honorably
influence,
respond to
but-
what Senshin does, except for fight me in a duel, coward.
Just like, hey, why would I fight you in a duel? That's a waste of time.
I mean, technically within the Justine Empire. See, I got it right this time.
Yes,
Um,
for once.
He would have, especially within the noble district, he would have more influence than Senshin.
Yes,
You know,
significantly.
Yeah,
the
but
captain
the
of
issue,
police
yeah,
force.
but he can't exactly talk over on him like that. Because it's like what
Fair.
to a duel
It
trying to
is-
reverse jibes.
I do also like how
Cool. Have fun causing an international incident with the warrior clan. See how that shit goes.
I also find it kind of funny that there was that
A
scene
duel
where,
would not cause
Levi
an
was-
international incident.
Yeah, I know
There
it
was
would,
a scene
but
where,
I just like anything else he would try to do would.
Yeah,
Well, there was the scene with,
he's a knight. He considers himself an honorable man. He's not going to do anything like that.
Yeah, because all this cheating around definitely sounds like he's an excellent knight.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That
Do you
doesn't
know
really
what the
have
Round
anything
Table
to do
did?
with his capability of being a knight.
Have you
Oh,
ever
I
heard
know,
of the
but
Round
it's not
Table,
honorable.
Liam?
Yeah, but it's not honorable. Yeah, I know every member of the round table. They're not exactly great examples of knights, are they?
They are like the most
Galahad
well-known examples of knights.
Yeah, I didn't say they were great examples of them, though. Like, an exemplar of a knight. I guess maybe Percival. Actually, probably Percival.
Sir Percival was kind of a weird case. Sir Galahad was pretty good. 'Cause
Sir
he was
Percival.
fucking fun.
Sir Percival was what Sir Percival is just Sir Galahad copied, dude. Sorry,
Sir Galahad is.
Sorry,
Sir
Percival
Per-
is Galahad. So Galahad is Percival copied.
You
Yes.
realize that Percival was
Percival
Galahad.
was an earliest. No,
Like,
Percival was
right.
an early. No, Percival was an earlier stories, dude.
Yeah, but he was subservient. He was in Sir Galahad's group and was like his second in
Yes,
command.
Eli, that was a later addition. Originally, Sir Percival was many of the roles that Sir Galahad later took. It's you know how like myths and legend evolve. Galahad is a later addition. In fact,
Yeah.
Percival took many of his roles, including the Virgin Knight thing, which fate has given him for one reason. I wonder what the Virgin Knight reason is.
Anyway, let's stop talking about the round table. Okay.
Yeah, anyway, yeah.
So
now that, yeah, I just enjoyed sassing Levi. It was great fun. Just love the thing of just constant stuff. Just every time, just like jab, 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 jab. It's like, why isn't this working? I don't get it. Why is he not flinching?
why is he not scared of me? Why is he not responding like a noble? Why is he not responding like a commoner? What
just like
is
the
Oh,
this?
there's actually
The one that gave him I just love the one that gave him the biggest rise. The one that gave him challenging to a duel was when I said that I act and talk like a regular like I actually talk like, oh, what's it called again? All right, a functioning person.
Yeah,
no,
well,
that wasn't
obviously.
The one was the one was when you said he was never going to get a fiance.
I also said I said he was never gonna get a wife. That really pissed him off.
Well, yeah, because you basically said, no bitches,
I did say
no
that,
maidens.
Maidenless.
Senshin said no bitches to him, and he got mad.
Mm.
I insulted his honor, and he
Oh,
is
there's actually 10 commandments of chivalry. Cool.
neat. Anyway, yeah, time for translation.
Okay, so the note is in Sylvan, and it will specifically state, on this date, the forest is like Ilder's forest in the south is likely to become a portal for entry. You should be able to use your powers most effectively then. You should be able to seize control of this land.
Wow. That just Russian.
It is a letter. It is a letter from someone in the Feywilds.
Yeah, well, basically, Rajan's gonna read that and then just out loud, wow. Yeah, this letter is literal admission for treason, basically.
He has received a letter
something
of
else.
someone who is seeking that. The
Yeah,
gate
so
to the
this is-
Feywilds will open up, and
It's
our
admission of
queen should
something
be
else as
able
well,
to take
Session.
over. Should you
uh,
wish this, the door is open. Merely welcome us in and you will be spared. Should you not, prepare yourselves.
we should bring this to the queen.
Set
this
up
is
your
basically
walls.
Feywilds.
This is admission of something else as well. Liam. Oh, not Liam. Ascension.
Who's Liam? This is Rajan. What do you want about?
Old kid. Sorry, old kid that the brigade used to work with. You kind of remind me of him a little bit.
How? Alright.
Anyway, so
He's just eating again. He was the one talking, it was all Rajan, pal.
Oh,
I do a lower voice. I do my normal, regular-ish voice for Senshin, and then Rajan's a lot lower like this.
right. Rygen's got the Rygen's got the name me your price voice.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
can't do a female. My voice box is way too deep, pal.
Oh, yes, this is admission of something else, Rygen.
Um,
It's admission that our job isn't over.
yes,
It
I
might
was a
be-
fact too.
We definitely do need to take.
If
this
you
to
wish
the
for
Queen.
this invasion to be stopped, then you will need to send us a number of sacrifices.
Oh, good lord.
You will
Are they
need to send us the
bribing the-
dead bodies of several of those mystical creatures of your world executed. We want to examine their bodies and see if we may learn something new from them. If you give us
Mystical
this, then we will cease our plans of invasion, and I swear upon your safety and the safety of all in this kingdom. How will you respond, dear son?
Okay, well, he's
Wait, son?
Son.
Yes, son. Yes, son. It appears that this is their father/mother,
Which means this is coming from the Feywilds.
which is coming from the Feywilds, which what that translates to roughly is we should probably actually get the members of the Virgil's Brigade here, because this is a legitimate threat of war.
The
Once they should-
date, 28th of Fetris. The date
What's
now,
that?
18th of Fetris.
I'm going to,
We have 10 days.
Ted's just gonna.
We might have.
I am
another-
going to go and see if my parents are awake and tell them we need to do a contract here in case of war. I feel defense is well within the boundaries of legality, right?
Well, as long as they're hiring mercenaries as bodyguards, then yes, absolutely.
Well,
I don't
with
think
it,
I can. Here's the thing: I don't actually think I can get the Virgil Death Brigade here in time for that.
hey Kana,
Yeah.
can you check me something to pay me with?
Fucking hell! Where's the?
You would
and
have
she'll
like
just,
one copper
rummage
in your
around her-
shoe.
Yeah, she has she's like rummaging around everywhere until she's like, ah. Will this be enough?
Wow, really? The bandit gave me more.
Yeah, I don't.
Bandit gave me more, and I was asking for dirt cheap. Jesus.
Actually, you know what? This is important. This is
Yeah,
important. You're gonna need some. You're gonna need a little more than this. So
I think we may legitimately need to do an official deal. So let's.
yeah, and she'll hand over the infinite coffee, voucher.
Oh
Come on,
god.
this is gonna be the single most valuable thing in this entire empire.
Kana,
To you.
Kana, I don't like coffee.
Do your parents like coffee?
No.
What
Look.
the hell is wrong with you people?
Kana, you do. Kana, just say. Ted will just sort of drag David over. Look at David. What does David like to drink?
Yeah, Dave will just take the ancient beer renown. Assume
you.
nego-
As he says
Yeah.
that, he'll just take it and start shouting from it.
Assume the negotiations went well.
No, they went horribly, but we found a way to make it. But no, it went horribly, but we found a way to make it
Well,
good.
Actually, they worked pretty. Well, actually, the negotiation itself went pretty well. We did have
Well,
to.
no,
we
the
did have to
negotiations
agree to peace.
Kinda, by definition, the negotiations failed completely. It's just that they were always going to fail. Anyway, David, we'll get that. We should get that rune of minor restoration out. If we can get my parents up and get them on this, we should, well, at the very least, have a way to block a potential invasion. If it comes from their mouths too, I'm sure the Queen will listen.
I pretty much left the runes on them, so they should be good.
She would listen from my mouth, but more specifically, yeah.
Alright then, too easy.
Yeah, this is
Will I have...
bad. Really, 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 really bad.
Wait
So-
a second. I have an idea.
Yes.
If we're facing an invasion from another realm, perhaps we should be utilizing power from another realm to fight back.
What are you implying?
I have connections to people with connections to their own realm. One which is going to be far more one which will have far more military capabilities than the Feywilds.
I think I know what you're thinking.
What does she think?
I'm just saying this is the DM.
How would you guys like to meet the rest of the Taida family?
Your brother seems like an asshole, so not really.
Yeah, well,
I
you might not have a choice here.
It could just be one ugly duckling, in fairness, boss.
Well, my parents never. I don't think my parents were particularly bad. They just kind of didn't believe in me growing up. Which, fair enough. I wasn't exactly the most talented child.
Are we sure we can't just go with my family? You are not filling me with confidence, girl.
Look. Do you think your family could take out the entire Feywilds, especially only the 4 of you?
Not 4 of us, but 100, maybe 400 to. Sorry, I mean 100, 1,000 platoon probably could.
Do you have 1,000 platoons of Jigoku array on you?
So the house we had is one of the less populated ones. Before we were attacked, they probably had around 50 people working there, because the main house is one that's typically fed by the best of the best. But we have, I think, about, I don't know, 100 different branches around the world ish. Each one manning around 100 to 1,000 troops each. So we have somewhere between, like, on average, 50,000 troops.
In the world.
In
It
just-
takes time
the
for
Justine
people to
Empire?
get places.
Yeah. If we go by
In
the,
Justine
I can
Empire?
probably get. I mean, with just the Empire, we can probably get about 7,000.
Is
No,
that
you couldn't
true?
get that many.
Yeah, no.
There are not that many in the Justine Empire right now.
Is there any in the Justine
including-
Empire right
yes.
now?
I was including nearby islands, which I assume people could sail to or get teleports from.
Pull up the world map.
Oh, that's the docks map. That's the world map. Okay.
If we're here, we got there,
Okay.
and
So you got
like,
from
it's
here
even-
to here in 2 weeks.
Wait, from here to here in 2 weeks.
From
There,
Radvern
there.
Isle to here in 2 weeks. Which means
in
it's
mind
probably
as
going to
well-
take about that long to get between most other continents and here. You're
Really?
going
And
I
then
just-
you have 10 days.
It's just those two. Look, I looked between here and here and thought that's really close. I looked here and here and thought that's really close.
think- Well,
And-
also consider,
that's really close.
Liam, that this is not meant to be a 100%.
This is not meant to
scale
be
map.
100% to scale.
Okay,
So I'm just going to say that here to here is 2 weeks. Here to here is likely 10 days.
Okay, I was
means
genuinely
that
not sure.
But this
If
kingdom
you
is in
manage
the
to
middle of
get
a war.
people from the edge of the Zanate Kingdom, you would basically need to get the message to them instantly for them to start sailing right now to get here.
Fair
Also,
enough.
As in,
Mind
you would have to
this is in the
contact them
middle of a war.
this instant to
I-
get them on the way now, and
Alex,
even then they might
I-
still not arrive in time.
I thought they were. I thought the map was to scale. So.
No.
Yeah, no.
And
That
it's
would
the
be
same
great.
distance from the edge of Fredrin Isle to here, not Fredrin Isle to here, so you're not going to be able to get anything from here.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
might be able to get
that's my-
stuff from either end of the Justine
Wait,
Empire.
Aren't portal spells a thing?
They are,
you
but
have to set them up previously.
you're going to need to get
Have
it
to
from
already
a
be set up.
capital city, because most places, aside from wizarding schools and capital cities and
Okay.
castles, do not have those because they are expensive.
Okay.
Furthermore, I think we can
Okay, in that case, I would downgrade the number to 1,000.
Yes,
set
at
I-
most.
Ascension.
That is me. Look, we could probably get 1,000. That's probably at least a decent number.
And that is a very
in
high
10
estimate. It's
days.
more likely that you might be able to get maybe 200. 1,000 is the
Keep in mind,
absolute
going
upper
from-
limit.
Keep in mind, if you're going from here to here, if you cross the land, that would take longer. Even if you cross the sea, the ports are closed.
Even if you cross the sea, you wouldn't be able to get there in time.
If you just go for just,
Ascension.
I can get
Ascension.
200. So 200.
I can get us.
Yeah,
I
I
know people who can get us troops far quicker, and
I
ones
also-
that are probably just as, if not more, militarily capable.
I still think we should get the Jigoku and Rain regardless. There's no problem having more troops, even if it's not the same number.
Not necessarily, but we need to make sure that we can get troops in time as well.
Yeah.
Well,
I can get
realistically, if all Ascension needs to do is send out a sending spell and try his best, there's no reason why we can't go through with both plans.
Yeah, like
Well, Ascension.
your plan is definitely we should do both.
I think
I
we should
might
go
be
through
able to
the way
call
would
on
work
some
best
forces as
is-
well if you'd like, Captain. Provided you're willing to not arrest them. Of course.
You think the ferrets would be
You
into this?
talking about the pirates?
Yes, I'm talking about the pirates. I do know quite a number of them, and they are in the seas around here, since, you know, the naval aspects of the Virgil Love Brigade are all in the Vegrian and Zanate kingdoms, which means that the pirates are kind of rampant around here, which means that I can call on them. Provided you're willing to not arrest them, they could probably help.
Maybe. David,
Well, I don't really have much to offer, but
do you think you
Yes.
could go out into the forest and collect the bandits? They seem to be
yeah,
helpful.
I guess I
last
can do that.
I know
Sure.
you seem to have something of a connection with them. Can't explain what it might be.
I'll see if I can pay some of. I'll see if I can pay the local mercenary groups as well towards the time.
Yes. I'll see if I can. Actually, Ascension.
Hmm.
Actually, the rest of you, it might be a good idea for you to come along for this anyway. You might be able to get some. Some of you might be able to get some weapon upgrades that'll be rather useful for you.
Do you not want to do the one that's in the house first? Then you not want to do like my parents first, then we'll go to your thing.
No, we'll do them then. I'm just setting up a plan.
Okay.
You know how I like to set up plans.
Just make sure we're not like splitting up because that feels like a lot of
No.
work.
Well,
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no.
Well, if I'm going to contact the pirates, I'm probably going to need to head off on a small ship by myself real quick. I need to get a bit further out to sea before they'll respond to my messages. So if
Fair enough.
you want me to get their help, I'm probably going to need to head off now.
Very well. Do what you can. We'll see you shortly.
I'll be back with them within 7 days.
Be careful, Nessa.
Don't worry. I'll be safe. They are my old friends after all. I trust them. I'll see you soon. And she'll head out.
Rico?
Yeah.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why?
Seem more chipper than usual.
That's because she had your coffee when you weren't looking.
Oh, you son of a...
I thought
That
it was
stuff
my
is not
tea.
supposed-
I accidentally got a sip of it, and now I am feeling extremely hyper. I am so sorry.
You are not supposed... That is not meant for humans.
Yeah, I tried it and I thought it was poison.
Okay.
I
look,
only had a
try to
sip.
compose
I am
yourself.
so sorry for stealing your coffee, and also I am definitely going to regret this in the morning because I'm probably not going to be able to sleep. How are you still alive
Okay,
after drinking so much of that stuff?
I have a poison resistance and I thought it was poisonous.
Okay, what can I say?
Well, like,
I need to
I
stay awake during
absentmindedly
all
picked
this.
it up and had a sip because I thought it was, you know, a calming cup of tea, not death juice.
What can I say? I need to stay
Concentrate of
awake
heroin.
I need to stay awake somehow, don't I?
Why are you
Okay,
this
you're
tired?
clearly
Okay, Kana, do you have dead stone in your veins? Are you
How
halfway
are
to
you
the
this
realm of the
tired?
dead? Because that stuff, I swear, is a necromancer's brew.
Like,
It
how
literally
it
is. I
possible
found a
that-
necromancer cafe in the city. It's really good.
How is it possible you are this absurdly tired? It doesn't make any logical
Okay,
sense. I can see
Captain,
it
who
nothing of you
cursed
this
you?
tired.
And she's just gonna start grabbing Kana's arm and waving it around. Who cursed you to be this tired that you need necromancy to keep yourself awake?
Calm down. I'm
I
not
can't.
cursed. Right, okay.
I
you
can't. I
clearly
had a
aren't
sip of your
capable
coffee and I can't get it out of my system.
Wait, David, the rune! just,
Oh, right.
yeah, just slap the minor restoration on the back of her head.
It's
Thank
like
you
a
so
little...
much.
Okay, clearly you need to take a little. You need to take a rest.
This
Z,
thing is for David. You've had something this absurdly good in your bag the entire time. Do you have any idea how many times this would have been useful?
I can't begin to count them, can I? Fairness.
So,
David, thank you so much for that. I am definitely going to
me.
double check everything I drink from now on and not absentmindedly sip anything. Oh my goodness.
by the way,
yeah, so
where'd you
you know
actually
how
get
it
the coffee
resists
I need?
poison, right, Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah, I genuinely thought I was dying from poison when I drank that once.
Oh wow, I'm impressed I survived. It's probably because I only had a sip though.
Yeah, I drank the whole thing.
Speaking of, where did you end up putting the rest of it? I need a drink.
Oh, it should be still on the table over there.
Sweet.
Oh.
She'll just grab it and
Right.
sniff it first before chugging it.
It is coffee. It is the necromancer's coffee. You feel the same sense of poison entering your system that's keeping you awake and alive.
Much better. Okay.
Kana, why are you this tired? I need an explanation to that.
I think that that's character information that you're not quite ready for, Little Senshin.
You know for a fact that I am inhabited by a super demon that literally nearly destroyed my body yesterday, and I still am less tired than you are.
You have to, I don't know, level up our friendship by 3 more levels or something.
What the hell
Before you
does
figure
that
that
mean?
out. I don't fucking know. I'm still too tired for this shit. There's another coffee.
Rico,
Wait, no,
what-
wait. Gotta focus.
Your
Gotta focus.
coffee,
Z.
Captain! And Z will rock up with another, what looks to be 10 cups of coffee. You're not quite sure how he's holding them, since they're regular takeaway cups, and he's somehow managing to make sure that none of them spill. Also, none of them have lids, and they are all pure espresso. And it looks like his hands are slightly burned from holding all of these cups of incredibly piping hot coffee. Your coffee, Captain! I'm here!
Rico, you know her best, right?
I do. I like to think
What?
anyway.
What the fuck?
If she doesn't want to tell you, I am not going to betray her confidence.
That's fair, but still, what the fuck was any of that? What does she mean friendship points? What does that mean? Why does she say character information? Why is she so tired?
And she'll just lean in.
Z,
Kana's a bit of a nerd. Not that she'd admit it.
Z,
Why she keeps saying all
I have
this?
a very important mission. I have a very important mission for you because clearly Riko's too blasted to do it.
Yes, what would you like me to do, Captain?
You need to inform the Queen Regent that her kingdom is about to be attacked.
Oh, bring this translation letter that we have. So essentially, just pick it up and.
Now, Z, I cannot stress this enough. If you aren't able to perform this task successfully, the kingdom very well may be destroyed.
Thank you for trusting me with something so important, Captain. I'll get right to it. And he'll just rush off with the letter.
Also, try to make sure you sound convincing. Okay.
Let's go.
Hopefully that-
Let's go talk to my parents, shall we?
Probably a good idea. Are they awake yet?
Good question. We were out for a decent portion of the day, so
Well, I mean, you could always just give them a sip of your coffee. That would probably wake them up from the dead.
That's
I'm
not a
worried
good idea.
I'm worried that with their body in this state, that would kill them.
Why don't you just
It's
use
also not a
David's
good
coffee
idea.
rune then? That seems to be a bit gentler on their bodies.
That is a much smarter idea. Yes.
Oh, I guess everyone likes David's runes. Alright, here you go.
Well, they
Yeah,
are
they're
really
useful.
helpful.
Yeah, they're useful when they aren't this one, and he just pulls out the sun rune.
Well, that one could be useful if you're
Okay,
trying to
you-
kill something.
It's very useful, provided you use it in a way that isn't stupid, and it'll just turn off the rune and toss it back to him.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, we're not keeping waiting then, huh?
Yep, that's okay.
Okay.
Which reminds me, you are owed, like, I think a month and a half's pay from them, because I don't have money in my pockets right now. So,
Ah. It's all good. I don't really count the money anyway.
yeah, that would explain why you gave me 30 sapphires to hold.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
I'm still surprised that whenever I jokingly or seriously threatened your pay, you actually listen to what I was doing, since you don't care about pay.
I don't really
Pay
care
pays
about
for
it.
beer. Different types of beer that he can't make with runes. He hasn't yet learned how to have the brand filter on his beer runes, which changes the type of beer. That's something he could learn. One day. Not today.
One day. Alright.
In the not so distant future.
At some point, he might. If you ask nicely, and you go to the right place. Anyway,
What was that?
so,
I felt like I just felt my eyes come out of my head.
Liam, any notes on your parents' general, parents and brothers' general, like, personality, way of interacting with people, anything like that you want to send to me before we wake them up?
I can just tell you it, since you're gonna be acting as them anyway, and it's like it's gonna be spoilers for it. So,
Alright, cool.
The older brother is, so you know how I said she was acting super, like, basically,
I
think
gotta
like,
pee. I'll be right back.
Okay, see ya.
fair enough. So, think like Rengoku with Tengen's level of hyper energy.
I see, alright.
The mum's substantially more reserved, and the one who, you know, uses the magical eyes.
Okay.
As the Mugen gun knows them better. And the dad is, you know, stoic and decently stoic and serious most of the time. Unless you get him drunk, at which point he acts just as jokingly as, you know, jokingly and crazy as the older brother.
Okay, alright. Okay, and the mother is more reserved.
She's like,
magic eyes.
Yeah, so basically she's the sane one out of the family.
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Alright, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I had all of that so that I could have all of that ready for meeting the family.
Lover of the Russian Queen. Da, 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 da. It's completely stuck in my head.
Yeah,
Such a good song.
I know, you've been singing it so much lately. I swear it's been taking over the Perry the Platypus theme, and I've been humming that when I'm getting distracted instead of my usual. Like, I have one dumb theme that I usually hum when I get distracted, and now I've got a different one. You've been humming it that much.
Also, can I just say something which I really like about our the current images? If we have a look at the screens, we've got Joke, Magna Luck Badass right next to each other. Joke.
Yeah. Well, I like my Charmy one. I think it looks kind of cool.
I really like my dope out. I really like my dope out Asta one.
Right? This can go well, right? All we need to do is teach him about the love of cooking. And then mine was, it was me! I ate my cake! And then just, Magna and Luck, we're gonna be badasses and take down this enemy.
Yeah! Woo!
I do really appreciate our Black Clover themed ones. We're gonna have to do that with every series we end up watching. Just, we'll all get a good screen cap from it, and that'll be what we use.
We do need more One Piece ones, though.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's always the classic Zoro one, which could be, you know, our adventure in poverty continues.
The issue there is that that's funny because of the line. The face isn't that funny.
Yeah. Well, there's always the Garp, it's your family again face.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. I love that joke we're having with between us about that one phrase explains all of One Piece.
It does, yeah.
It literally does, because that was actually a meme on one of the big One Piece meme subreddits. I love that fact that no, that's basically true. It's always either someone to do with Luffy, someone to do with Ace, or someone to do with Dragon.
Yeah.
Or something to do with Garp.
Yep.
Oh god, I just can't wait to find out who Luffy's mother is, because she has absolutely caused just as much problem with Garp as if what Sengoku's going with is anything to go by. I wouldn't touch it or if it's not relevant.
Yeah,
That's
it
just
would certainly be entertaining if at some point in the future we run into Luffy's mom and she is absolutely just as frickin' nuts and high energy as Luffy is normally and is just, causing problems close to the end of the New World. And then she starts trying to fight the Straw Hats and then goes, wait, son? Mom?
I have a mother. His deadline is what he said with
Yeah, I
Jack.
can imagine Luffy saying that and just being the whole, yes, you're my son. I'm not gonna fight you. Well, I don't have to fight you, but I kind of want to spar with you. Let's go. Luffy's mom has a fight boner. I don't know. It would be funny. All right. So anyway, since we've gotten distracted and Eli isn't back yet, let's just go in, and you'll see that Sakata looks like he's starting to stir, but Yamato and Miss Mikazuki. Mikazuki. Okay, got it. But the parents are both resting. They look like they're still asleep.
How, just out of curiosity,
Where am
how
I?
did it take Eli this long to pee?
I don't know. His insides
Sorry.
are a mystery.
What is his bladder? Is his bladder like half the size of his fucking lungs? Is that why he has so many? Is that why he has so many issues with like his digestion? Because his bladder is the size of his stomach, and the stomach is the size of a normal bladder.
I don't know. I guess so. I mean,
Oh.
hell, like, if you're capable of peeing standing up, you should be able to be faster at peeing, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
right,
usually a
right.
thing. How can I pee faster than him?
I
can't pee standing up. How do I pee faster than him?
I can pee faster when I'm like Robbie, when it's like really late at night and you're
Yeah.
you don't want to turn the light because that'll wake you up, but you really need to pee, so you kind of just free aim and try your hardest not to hit the seat. Yeah, I pee faster in that scenario than Eli can pee normally.
Oh dear.
Like, seriously, how long does it take to pee? Like, I can understand if it's a number 2, but like, if you're standing up to pee, you should be quicker than someone who sits down.
Yeah. Well,
hell, I've done a number 2 faster than he does a number 1.
Ow.
Jeez, but yeah, actually, no. Let's not start until Eli gets back. Just we keep sassing her about the amount of time it takes him to pee.
Yeah, like, come on. Guys go quicker because of their anatomy. How am I faster with my anatomy? That should not be possible because I have to sit down. How?
I mean, yeah, it's like free aim is considering we free aim, it's like I don't fucking know anymore.
Yeah, but I don't know what the answer would be, honestly.
You know what I think it is? It's not just that he's sitting down. It's not that he's doing a number 2. He's playing through half of Goddardom. That's what it's got to be.
He's playing FGO on his fucking phone.
Yeah, he's playing FGO, and he's getting distracted, and he's going, okay, all right, my brain is fried. I'm on the toilet, so instead of just, minding my own business on the toilet, I'm going to play games on my phone for half an hour, and then I'm going to come back. And that's why, because the rest of us, when we go to the toilet, we usually just go to the toilet. And sometimes also go get a drink, but nothing too long. When Eli goes to the toilet, he goes to the toilet, plays games on his phone, gets a lecture from his mother, makes himself an entire meal, and then goes out for a drive to get pizza because, I don't know, he made the meal and then decided he also wanted pizza, then gets back, then decides to play on his phone a bit more, and then maybe he might actually show back up at this session.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, I think he just forgot the bit where he just, decides that it's like, well, I could come back and sit down for the session, or I could play some God of War.
Oh, yeah, that too. And also don't forget that his dad has come in and said something about feeding the horses, so he also needs to feed the horses and the dog, and then he needs to go to the other end of the farm because, I don't know, reasons. Maybe he just wanted to walk to the other end of the farm.
It's like, maybe a ghost sneeze. It's like 2,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's distracting, and he needs to go check out that ghost sneezing. How is he not
Oh.
back? I feel like we've described so many things that he could be
We can
doing.
keep- at this point, I think I was just insulting him, waiting for it to come back and like get annoyed about it. But at this point, I'm starting to feel like they're justified.
Okay, yeah,
Oh.
look, where is he? Is he going to China to get Chinese food or something? Is he watching an entire movie?
Netflix or something.
Okay, has he just decided to take the break so that he can draw up, so that he can do the inking for his entire damn manga before he gets back? Yeah, that's what he's doing on the shitter. He's just drawing his entire fucking manga before he gets back.
Finishes it. Like, he gets through the first chapter, no problem, and he's still doing the second one.
Yeah, like he's finished building the plot, he's finished sketching, he's finished inking, he's learned how to do 3D models, he's animated it, he's doing the lines currently because the acoustics are nice. Forget the manga, he's already halfway done with the anime.
Yeah, he's got the deal worked out. Funimation to get the dubbing started.
Yeah.
He's just the right casting in.
Yeah,
Like,
so he's
but
just
the other
doing
thing
his
is, he's actually
versions of the lines.
He's decided that he's bored of us taking so long to watch One Piece, so he's decided to watch all of it all at once just to prove that we're slow.
He's decided that he wants to get all of the spoilers so that he can start sending private messages to you so that I'm the only one who doesn't know about it. Actually, no, he's trying to get up to the latest Lost Belt so that so that he can flex on me about knowing more about the Lost Belt.
He's gone to go and learn Japanese so he can play the Japanese game, play through the entire story, start reading and playing through the entirety of the Japanese side of the game all at once without failing so that he can learn all about the newest Lost Belts, then fly to Japan, stealing the current script for the thing, and then, oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back! Finally!
Finally.
What I was doing, and I was most of the way through it.
What?
Damn it, we almost finished describing all of what we thought you were doing while peeing.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Come on,
Like, man, we were.
Come on, no, I want to hear his actual version. What actually took you so long?
Yeah.
So have you noticed me leave at all today to go pee before?
Yes.
Yeah.
When? I left to go feed my dog.
thought
You
you
left to
said
pee
that's
2
why
or
you were
3 times, I
feeding it.
think. You
Nah.
left Black Clover running, and you said that you'd mute to go pee, and then you left but kept it running.
When was that?
I don't know, it was during Black Clover at some point.
Regardless, I
Before,
had a lot of
after two.
peeing.
That was just peeing. You didn't
Yeah.
have anything else happen. You didn't
Eli,
You didn't fly to Japan to get sushi, learn the entire language, steal the latest FGO script, run to the other side of the farm for fun. You also didn't
Please.
finish your manga. You didn't make it into an anime adaptation. I mean, we have so many things that we were joking about
Yeah.
you doing because of how long you
Please,
took
I
to
would not
piss.
steal. I would not steal the next FGO script. I would steal the next season. I would steal the script of the next season of fucking Black Clover.
Oh.
Or My
so
Hero.
read the manga. So
I mean,
read
yeah, good. Or I'd steal the. I'd fly over, find Hoshino, and like force her to go to the hospital.
Okay, Eli, I have to sit down to pee, and I have pooped faster than you have peed quite regularly. My anatomy
Yeah, I
does
don't
not
know.
lend itself to quick toilet trips. How the hell am I faster than you? You are so
I'm pretty
slow.
sure-
Actually,
I mean, I'm pretty sure me and Rob could blind free aim better than you could pee at a regular speed.
And
Doesn't yours kind of lend itself more to peeing faster because you have less resistance?
no,
What?
because you can pee faster because you can stand up while peeing without making
Why
a
would that
massive
make you
mess.
pee-
So
why the
that
hell
would make you
that
faster.
pee faster?
Because you don't. Because you only
The
have
pee
to.
itself would come
to
out
sit down.
slower.
What?
I'm pretty sure
No.
they've done. I'm pretty sure they've
No.
done tests on this. Pee comes out slower. So it pees
Motherfucker, I could piss out my entire bladder in 30 seconds if I push hard enough. You are just being a bitch.
Like, I can't tell you. I can't tell you anything else because that's literally all there is.
Damn,
Right.
that's boring. Nah, I prefer our
Also,
theory
I
of
looked at
him
a couple
going
of-
to Japan better.
Yeah.
It wasn't, no.
Watashi
so,
wa no
Robin,
ko.
the one,
So
But that you are not
Eli,
on the
Eli, the one that I started on, which was this winded one, which actually came in when I was nearly done, was you decided that you were going to learn Japanese, play through the entirety of FGO in Japanese, so you could get up to the Lost Belts. Then once you got up to the last part of the Lost Belt, while you're waiting for it to happen, you fly to Japan and steal the script for the current Lost Belt so that you can know everything about it.
I was just joking that you were making the anime adaptation of the Kid Arthur series.
Yeah, I basically...
Or finishing the Lost Belt.
Basically what happened was it started lower and kept getting more and more insane towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Also, can we all agree that if I do end up getting an anime adaptation of any of my series, we will be sitting down and watching it?
Yeah,
Also,
if you can get an anime adaptation of them, and, you know, we actually have either sub or dub, sure.
I mean, if there was an anime adaptation of it, it would be in either sub or dub, surely.
Yeah. Like, if if it is in a language that I can understand, then yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, we decided we'd wait for you instead of continuing the scene, just because it was like when I
it's
said
funnier.
No, it wasn't even just funnier. I also said he can't take that long.
15
minutes.
Yeah, we thought that you'd be quick, so we figured that it would be better to just wait for you to arrive to do the scene rather than going through the scene and then repeating everything later. Now I see that we could have easily been through that scene and probably several more instead of joking about how long you take to piss.
Because it stopped being a joke and started becoming very serious towards the end.
Like, at no point were we concerned for your well-being. We knew full well that you'd be fine, but we did have some serious concerns about what you were doing with all that time.
My brain genuinely hurts from the amount of things I was saying in the last one because of how fast I was talking.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
Anyway, Eli's finished pissing now, and we've finished speculating about what was taking him so long. So you come back in.
Super ghosts.
Oh yeah, he wanted to invest a super ghost that sneezed 2,000 miles away, and he needed to have a look at that. That was what he was doing. Anyway, Sakata, it looks like he's just waking up. Both of Senshin's parents are currently still asleep, and Sakata is just starting to look around as you guys walk in.
You are in the Justine Empire. Justine Empire.
Senshin?
Yeah.
And he's just gonna jump out of bed. Oh, thank goodness you're okay. They treating you alright here?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm ostensibly leading a squad of adventurers.
Ha.
Because something. A squad of something.
Fair enough.
That's the way it's going.
And by something, I mean me, David, Rajan, and
Tashiro is going to just grab Senshin and shove him aside and just go, "Hi, my name's Tashiro. I've heard so much about you. Oh my God, you're Senshin's brother. Oh my God, I can't."
Just yeet it out the window.
Alright, and Sakata will just look at Tashiro, see his energy, and go, "Hi, I'm Sakata. Nice to meet you. I'm Senshin's older brother. Do you want to hear about the time when he was young when he..." And I'm imagining someone shuts him up.
Tell me everything I want. I'm trying to get the story about
Senshin gets up. I swear to God, Sakata.
What? Now, who's your friend here? I don't believe I've met him before. I know David, I know David and Raijin, but who's this?
Oh, right, sorry.
How did you guys meet?
Hey,
He saved my life during the attack that, well...
Oh yeah, okay, so you met roughly after we got kidnapped. And I suppose I have you and all of your friends to thank for rescuing me and rescuing myself and the parents. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Sucks that I had to be rescued by you, but I definitely appreciate it. I'll make sure to return the favor someday. You're coming along great as a warrior.
I'd also like to mention they did steal during that. They also stole a bunch of our blades. But I got one in the back, and I'll just pull out the lightning blade.
Nice. But wasn't the one they stole the fire blade? I didn't see them with any other ones. At least, not as long as I was conscious. The guys were massive wimps. They were too scared of the prospect of us going out and terrorizing them, so they kept us unconscious for the most part. Oh, I swear, I haven't eaten in like a month.
Right. Oh, actually, in that case, hey, kitchen, my family's awake!
Our kingdom's gonna fall into ruin.
I always imagine just there's like a ring and then a lot, like, air raid sirens. Just that's some
Yeah, the kitchen has their air raid sirens going off. And Raijin, you would recognize this because they are speaking Draconic, which I don't even think you need to use magic to know because, well, your family likes to teach that. Is just okay. Warning. We've got a code to Goku Umare. I repeat, we have a code to Goku Umare.
They've already made up a code for it.
After this morning, we need to make sure that we've got enough. We've got 3 code to Goku Umares. I repeat, 3 code to Goku Umares. We need to ensure that they are well fed. Rush! Hop to it! And you'll just see and hear servants rushing around, and they'll start to bring in griffin egg omelets, full griffins, wyverns. Hell, it looks like they've even made a type of jelly out of a dead slime. And it looks to be quite a nice sweet one that's added on. But let's face it, you don't care about that. You care about the meat. And so every type of meat that you've seen, venison, mutton, lamb, beef, pork, chicken, fish of all varieties, a giant sea monster that you're pretty sure only exists in the absolute depths of the world, harpy, all sorts of other different creatures and monsters that you've had all over the place. Hell, there's even some eels from some of the 9 hells. There is so much meat. And all of it is right in front of you. And Sakata is going absolutely nuts on it. You thought Senshin was a mess this morning. His older brother is way more of a mess. It seems like food is getting everywhere, especially in his mouth. And whenever it looks like it's about to disappear off and land on something else, Sakata will just reach out and will shove it back in his mouth. And it's pretty clear that all of his energy is focused on eating until he has eaten so many of the mythical creatures. After a while, after a couple of minutes of eating at incredible speeds, he slows down a little bit and looks back to you guys. Whew. Think I need to take a breather for a couple of minutes. Damn, these people make nice food in this kingdom.
I know, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure how they managed to find the budget or the creatures for all of this, but it's definitely well appreciated. Whew.
I can already see Kingdom staff having just the freaking cooking staff just sweating. Like they look more bloodied and damaged than warriors do.
Yeah. Yeah, they look worse than you did after you went into full Ashura form because they have fought 2 wars today. And both of them were to feed you and your family.
Either way, David, can you start waking Mum and Dad up?
Alright.
I can hear the cook saying, that was just one!
I repeat, we've still got 2 Code to Goku Umares to feed. 2 Code to Goku Umares! Is Raijin translating the fact that they're basically just yelling about Code Jigoku Umare? Jigoku Umare is obviously in Draconic, so any of you who don't speak that language would not understand it.
Umare wouldn't that just, since that's a proper noun, wouldn't that stay the same?
Oh yeah, true, it would. In that case, you won't recognize anything else. It will just be Jigoku Umare. Jigoku Umare.
I imagine Kana's just watching this.
Kana, you would probably be able to understand some of these phrases even though you don't speak Draconic. So Kana and Raijin, you will understand. The rest of you can probably guess from context even though you don't know the language.
They would just tap him on the shoulder. Oh, hey, Yamato.
Hello there. I see Sakata is already eating. That's good.
Yep.
It's been a long time since we've had a full meal. It's good to see you again, David. I assume you and Senshin rescued us. And where are we?
Just in.
I see. This must be the capital city, judging from all of the delicacies they have here. Are you doing well?
Definitely is.
Are you doing well, Senshin?
Pretty good.
That's good.
Well, better than I was this morning. That sucked.
Yes, I believe I saw you for a moment when you were transforming. You definitely got a lot more powerful then. It must have taken a pretty big strain on your body.
Oh yeah, big time.
Mm.
Thankfully, David remembered he has a restoration rune, which he's had the entire time. It would have been very useful.
I see that you're improving in your runecraft every day, David. I'm glad.
It's kind of getting there.
And
Yeah,
I
we're
see you've
just
got some other friends as well.
Oh yes, this is Taishiro.
Nice to meet you, Taishiro. I'm Senshin's mother.
I'm
Yamato
Senshin's
Atami
bride.
Jikoku Sorry, sorry, wrong family. Okay, scratch that. The DM's an idiot. She did not say that. I was just being dumb. My name is Yamato Jikoku Umare.
Hi, Yamato.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
Taishiro.
Nice to meet you, Taishiro. I take it
Okay.
you and Senshin have met since, well, since I last saw him.
He saved my life from a group of invading Draga. Was it Draga?
Duragar.
Juraga.
Draga. That one.
Just everyone just answers Juraga. Juraga.
That one.
I see.
Well, I'm sure that you all have a bunch of questions. Now's the time to ask.
I'll look that up.
My name's Taida, and I'm the current acting commodore of the Virgil Brigade.
I see. Well, it's nice to meet you. Let's see. All right.
Like,
How long has it been since we were kidnapped and our blades were stolen?
about, I'd say a month or two. Is that right, Senshin?
Is that right, Alex?
It's a month and a half.
Thank you. About a month and a half.
All right. Okay, so we were kidnapped in Birmingwich Isle, but now we're in the Justine Empire. I take it that means they took us a fair distance through the underground or underdark? How were you
Yes,
able to
well-
find us?
Well, quite simply, we had other business in the Justine Empire, and we happened to run into some intel of the idea that you were here. We have reason to believe that what happened to your family was not a freak incident, but some sort of international conspiracy.
I can't say I'm surprised. Let's face it, if they're targeting a warrior clan like ourselves, it wouldn't just be for no reason.
Yes, but the reason could have just been as simple as a group of bandits that were angry at your group. At your team
I doubt
and
any
take
group
you
of
down.
mere bandits would attempt to not only take all of the members of our family hostage, but also take the blades. Let's face it,
I've met
mere
some
bandits would
pretty-
not attempt that.
I have met some pretty stupid bandits before. Looks over towards the forest. In just the general direction of the Red Forest.
More
So,
importantly-
which at this point is the war.
More importantly, bandits like that would not typically be able to succeed at such an endeavor. It requires a
true,
great
but-
deal of strength to take down 3 fully armed members of our family's main clan. The fact that
That
they
is-
were able to succeed at that, even though we were taken a bit off guard, means that there was definitely some power behind them that would not be behind any normal street thug.
Yes, and we're currently investigating into what this power may be. We've narrowed it down to a few options, but we aren't at liberty to say anything for certain. I'm just going to look. I'm just going to look over at Senshin and give him a don't tell her look.
I'll figure it. I mean, Senshin's currently busily using the rune to wake up Miyazuchi.
Yeah, he is waking up. I can just only voice one person at a time. So
No, Alex. Voice multiple people. Use your alters to grow a second head and talk
okay,
at the same
I can't. Okay, so I'm just going to go through and voice Yamato for a bit, and then
It's
when I'm
fine,
done
Alex.
voicing Yamato,
Alex.
then I'll switch over.
I'm sure the unreasonableness of the request should have made it obvious it was a joke.
Good. You better realize that it's unreasonable. Anyway. Well, I do know for a fact
Second
that they
head.
use some considerable magic. Even though I had the Mugengon active at the time, I wasn't able to fully understand what kind of magic it was. So I attempted to block it with a sword slash, but it appeared to affect the entire area around the house. It knocked us all unconscious. I doubt they could have faced us in head-on combat. So they took us and clearly the blades of our swords along with us. They didn't bring the hilts. During the couple of
we've-
moments when I was conscious, the only blade I saw them have was the flame blade. Although I do remember seeing a bit of a deal where they had a bag with what sounded like the rest of the blades, and they took it off in another direction. I believe they said that they were planning on scattering the blades to ensure that they would not end up back in the hands of our family.
That would make sense. You'll be glad to know that we've recovered at least 2 of the blades so far.
I see. Well done. I assume you recovered the flame blade. What's the other one that you acquired?
We acquired the lightning blade from, well, the Asawaki Islands. Turns out they didn't manage to take that one very far at all.
Mm. That's odd. I thought they said they were planning on throwing it into the ocean or deep into the domain of storms itself.
Yeah, we kind of got it from Dark King.
I see. You're definitely moving up in the world. Well done. And she'll just give Senshin a little head ruffle.
That.
Yeah, Senshin. You're doing pretty good for yourself.
So,
Meeting a major god at this age? Pretty soon you're going to be their biggest asset. Or the biggest thorn in their side. How are you feeling? And he's just going to give you a wink. And then offer you a massive plate full of meat. You hungry?
Yes.
Okay. And he's just going to offer Senshin a bunch of food. And then Mikazuki will wake up and will look over at all of you. I see you have already met my family. I am Mikazuki. This is my wife Yamato, my older son Sakata, and I assume you've all met Senshin.
Pretty much.
So I recognize David, and I recognize Raijin. Who are the rest of you all?
Well, this here is Taishiro, and David's just gonna, I guess, put Taishiro up on the pedestal, like just.
Why do I imagine you lifting him up like Simba in the Lion King?
Ah,
pretty much,
Savannah! Maradis, da da da.
I'm imagining you lifting him up with like one hand by like the scruff of his neck, and you're just like, "Hi."
Hello. Well, it appears.
My name's-
So, are you a part of his adventuring party? Are you a pupil of his?
He saved my life a while back, and now I'm writing down his story to be able to tell to the rest of the world. I'm a bard.
Sakata will look over at Senshin. Ooh, getting so fancy. You're getting plays written about you.
Well, I haven't been able to write a play yet. I've only been working on a single novel. I do have another play for a different person. It's one about. It's done. He's just gonna start rambling.
I feel like I'm being
Sakata is going to nod along, clearly not paying attention to Taishiro and clearly paying far more attention to whatever he's eating. So he will have himself facing Taishiro and just absent-mindedly grabbing food and clearly focusing on that rather than anything that Taishiro is saying. And every once in a while will just give a look over to Senshin, smile, and then keep going. And Mikazuki will just look over at Senshin and Taishiro and will say, "It looks like you've made a new friend. Well done."
Mr. Mikazuchi. My name is Kana Taida of the Virgil Dove Brigade.
A noble.
And we are in name, sure. I'm sure you have
I appreciate that sentiment.
I'm sure you have several questions for us, as we do for you. Do you remember anything about the night that you were taken? Any specific people? Any details of any of them? Any of the attackers stick out to you in particular?
Well, I'm no great artist, but I'm sure with the use of illusion magic, it would probably be possible to redraw some of the faces of some of the attackers that I saw. They were all wearing various helmets, and on top of that, they were wearing hoods. I couldn't really see anything aside from their eyes. And they didn't appear to be any special color. Well, they were a bit yellowish, but that's somewhat necessary for being able to see properly in the Underdark. They were all Duragar, clearly, by their height.
Was there any as a member of a very very powerful mercenary family, there must have been at least one or two of them that were significantly powerful to be able to take you down. Or was it
They
more
didn't
of
take
just the
us down
overwhelming
directly.
numbers?
They took us down via underhanded magical tactics that we clearly were unable to avoid. I could sense that they were activating some kind of mana-based attack, so I prepared to block, but it appears to have wormed past that. It appears to be a purely psychic effect, which I was unable to counter. It's odd. It had more power than something any mere mortal should have been able to use. I don't know if they were of a tier 3 patronage or whether they merely had access to some form of magic I'd never seen before. In all my years, I haven't seen magic like it. It's not something I'd expect a common band of brigands to be able to use.
Have you ever been to the Feywild before? Or interacted with beings of high ranking from there?
Yes, I
Did
generally
this
am unaffected by their magic. I've had to conduct quite a number of deals on there. Many people from there
did,
pay a surprising amount to get rid of their political opponents.
I'm not surprised. Did this magic seem
No,
in
if
or
it was if it was magic like from the Feywilds, I would have been able to innately counter it. It would not have knocked me unconscious.
so likely the invasion that's about to happen is going to be is separate to whatever's happening with your family.
Invasion, you say? Who
I
is
believe
behind this
Senshin can.
invasion?
I believe Senshin can provide you the details for that.
Yep. So I'll pull out the note. This thing says from Wickedness. This thing says that someone from the Feywilds is planning to invade this kingdom within 10 days.
That crest.
Someone
That's
who's
one of the. That crest down the bottom. There's no signature, but I recognize it well enough. It's a noble family up in the. Up in. Well, the Sealy court. Not royalty by any means, but they're definitely high ranking. They should be able to get a fairly sizable force underneath them. They've contracted me specifically a number of times to assassinate people on the Unseelie court, and they pay a rather high sum for it.
who. What do you know of this noble family then? Do we have a name?
Well, they don't generally give sensible names to people outside. Typically, they give rather stupid names like, uh, what is it? Waters. It's clearly not an elven name. Clearly, they are simply using rather crude common translations of whatever their name is in Sylvan so that they can attempt to conceal it. They wouldn't want to allow their mercenaries too much power over them, after all. We could simply just demand they give over all of their material wealth. Not that we would, but
Man,
they are rather paranoid.
Man, these fake creatures seem to be really, really weak in terms of for a culture entirely dedicated to deception and strength.
Oh, this isn't that they're weak, it's just that, well, we're particularly well equipped to deal with them. Our families, all of the families of the Jigoku Umure family clan, they all they all train particularly well for a long time in countering psychic attacks. It's an essential part of every child's training. By the time Senshin reached 10, he was already strong enough to be able to avoid many of these kind of attacks. Nothing from this realm would be able to have an effect like that on him, and very few things from the Feywilds would be able to have that effect either. And I have been training for far longer than he has, so of course it would have no effect on me. It's not that they're weak, it's that we have spent a long time training to make sure that they are not strong against us. Though I don't doubt you have strength of your own, I do believe that it would still be somewhat effective against an elf like yourself. I mean no offense.
Oh, relax. I'm only half elf.
Mm.
And I can't even tell you which half it is. Regardless, at the very least, we can safely say that those two are unconnected events. Your capture and the invasion on Justine Empire. That is.
Mm.
Unfortunately, that still kind of puts us back to square one.
Mm. Well, since we are here, and since it appears that this kingdom will be invaded fairly soon, I imagine that someone high up is likely going to attempt to organize a deal with us. The four of us are here, but within a couple of days we might be able to get a few hundred other members of the clan here, provided they're willing to make a deal. Would they be open to that, or would they rather that we not be present?
Well, the king prince is being rather uncooperative at the moment with a lot of the members of my squad, and that includes Senshin at the moment. But
Ostensibly.
I'm sure, I'm sure once, I'm sure once Z has done his, I'm sure once Z has done his job properly, they would be more than willing to accept your help.
Alright, well, if they're willing to offer a deal, then of course, myself and my family will gladly defend this city, this country, wherever is needed. A contract is a contract.
Plus, I gave Senshin like a copper piece before, so we should be good.
You gave me a ticket for coffee. I don't like coffee.
I did not give that. I did not give that to you. You rejected it. I still have it here. See, she'll pull it out.
Well, at least you can get a discount next time round.
Yes. Well, we should probably allow you to rest and recuperate a little more.
I
I'll
feel
ask-
I feel
I'll ask
like
no
I
more
could
questions.
tackle I feel like I could tackle 100 griffins right now. Certainly after eating that many griffins.
Try the. Here, try this. Should help you. Should help you stay awake for a little longer. And she'll pull out one of her coffees.
Oh, is that the...
He will sniff it and will then pass it back. I thank you kindly, but I think that would cause more toxic effects than positive.
Why does
Alright,
everyone keep
I got the
saying
better
that?
one.
Why does everyone
They
keep
will
saying
just
that?
toss.
It's fine. See, and she just chugs the entire thing again.
David's just giving the lighter version. There you go.
Thank you. And he will drink that.
You guys are weak.
Whoever you are descended from is... Oh, I could drink it. It's just that it would not be helpful for me. It would merely cause my body to end up becoming more tired as it repelled the toxin.
Yes, well, whoever I'm descended from clearly doesn't matter all that much.
I am curious who you're descended from with such a poison resistance as that.
I don't think I have a poison resistance.
That is enough
I'm
to kill the living and raise the dead. If you are able to drink that and you are still among the living, that clearly means that you have some capability of avoiding poison.
Or maybe I'm supposed to be among the dead already. Who knows?
Who knows?
Regardless, that's enough. I don't think we need to ask any further questions, at least in an official sense. So I'll leave you with your son and the rest of these guys.
Alright. In that case, I look forward to our future acquaintance.
Hopefully, so do I.
And he
And
will nod
she'll just-
and will then just start eating something slowly. He's not like Sakata or Senshin, who are just wolfing down full amounts. He is just grabbing a little bit, putting it in his mouth. He's not using a knife or fork, but he's clearly not going at it with the same frenzied pace. Yamato is also eating at a more reasonable pace. And you can clearly see that Taishiro is still talking about his play to Sakata, who is still eating at the same absurd pace.
So then, to go find the crater, but the crater is full of all this lush jungle, and so in the center of the crater is the...
Mm. Mm. Um.
Oh my.
Glug glug glug. Um.
Umai, umai, umai.
Umai. Umai. Umai. Glug glug glug. Umai.
Thank you, Japanese. Thank you, Japanese Rengoku. Anyway,
Is Rengoku not Japanese?
The Japanese VA for Rengoku, I think Liam is saying, rather than the English VA.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
The English VA is good, but
The Japanese is
at
better.
the moment is not as iconic as
Antonic.
tasty.
Yeah, it's just
So
not
hard
as
to
good
think
as Umai. Umai. Anyway, so is there anything else you wanted to ask to the members of Senshin's family who are currently nibbling?
Oh my god.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was just looking up some stuff on the Sealy Court.
Yeah?
It's based off the term. It's based off one of the terms for fairies in Scottish folklore, Sealy,
Oh.
which the word silly is a derivative of that word, as in like the
Heh,
etymology.
you
of the
wish
word
they were
silly.
that nice. Nope. They're just evil.
They're silly.
Oh.
That's what it is.
No, they're just evil.
See.
I know. I just like the idea of
Just let
calling
it
it
devolve
silly.
into more nonsense.
Okay, so is there anything else you want to ask these guys, or do you want to leave them to their meal?
Oh, actually, that was something I was supposed to ask. Wait, you guys mentioned the Fireblade specifically. Where is that? Because I never found it again.
I thought you did.
Alex, you told me that it was with Sakata.
Oh, right, yeah, I did. You mean this? My thigh has been getting pretty warm with it for a while, and I'll just grab out the blade.
That would explain why I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I don't know why they left it on me. I think they were trying to make sure that it ended up with me. Based on what the Spider Queen was saying all over the place, it sounds like she just wanted to kidnap us to get to you. Something about some deal that they had?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal was, but it did not work. So he'll just go onto the hilt bag and pull out the one for the Fireblade.
It will connect. You have the fire blade now.
Da 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 da.
And Yamato will lean in towards Senshin and will just say, Senshin, do you know who ordered that?
Yes.
Is it who we fear?
Yeah, it is.
I see. And she will nod and go back.
Well then, wait. Actually, guys, I gotta show you this now. Before we do anything else, I want to show you this. It's something I've been wanting to do for ages, but I haven't been able to show you because I didn't have enough. I'm gonna do I finally get to do the 3-blade style.
Okay. Okay, Zoro.
He's just gonna say that. I imagine that's gonna get Taishiro when he just hears the words 3-blade style.
Huh?
Three.
Three
You
blades.
can't have 3 swords.
Yeah. Alright, let's see it, brother. Show your friends what you got.
This is a hospital. We got the outside training area for this.
Alright,
This
fine.
is the hospital, Sakata.
And Sakata will just go and grab an entire hog and will just take it with him and just nibble different parts of it. Alright, I'm ready.
All right then.
And then Sakata will just rush out with the hog on his shoulders and with half of a chicken currently in his mouth, and we'll go, and we'll then just start running outside. He has no idea where the hell he's going. He's just running in some fucking direction. And then he realizes after a minute that he's gonna follow Senshin because Senshin actually knows where the hell he is. His parents will just walk behind at a more sedate pace and will just...
I imagine they're probably talking with Kana.
Yeah, probably.
The actual deal part of it. Is anyone gonna question how he's using 3 sword style?
I mean, I think all of us know.
Well, all of us out of character know, but in universe...
Well, in universe,
Yeah,
I'm
we
imagining
used 3
Sakata's
swords at
probably
once.
seen him do it before, as has his parents. So, I
Yeah,
don't
his
think
family
Senshin's family is going to question it.
Oh,
I
his
think it's going
family
to be.
isn't. It's
Yeah,
everyone
it's
else
other
is what I'm meaning.
characters.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Kana's paying more attention to her job. Taishiro is probably going nuts over it, and David is, I don't know. What's David doing?
Kana's not here. Kana's left.
Yeah, actually, I thought she was
Yeah,
chatting.
she decided to leave them be so that they could rest and recover.
Oh, they weren't resting. They already said they were actually. Like they said they were recovered.
They did. Kana left anyway, I guess.
She just does not enjoy being around lots of energy people.
The only one with high energy right now is Sakata.
I
Yes,
can only
that's
deal
why I
with
said she
one
was talking
Jigoku
to-
Uber at the time, okay?
Yeah, that's why I said she was talking to the parents who were much more sedate and Kana's speed.
Yeah, the parents are Kana's speed. Sakata is Taishiro's speed.
That's fair.
Literally.
Literally.
I described Sakata as Rengoku with Tengen's energy.
So, Rengoku.
No, yeah, Rengoku, but he has also got
Tengen's coked up energy.
yeah. So so basically he's that hyper.
Alright, so you guys head outside to the training ground, and you will see that Corey... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you will see a couple of the members of the Virtual Death Brigade will just be sparring and clearly in the middle of a training practice. They'll notice you guys and will just nod and have a look over. You need the training ground, Senshin? And Corey will just step his shield in place. I can run interference if you like.
Oh no! I just want to show off to everyone. I finally my parents and brother are awake. By the way, say hi. This is the rest of Counter Squad.
Nice to meet you. And they'll all introduce themselves.
Yeah, we're not running through all of that again.
No.
It's a lot of people. Like I want to show them. Since I got the flame beard back while I was doing it, I want to show the 3-sword style.
Congrats. And he's just going to stand out of the way. And Sakata is just going to sit down at a random spot and will just continue eating the whole hog while keeping his eyes on Senshin. Alright, Senshin, what are you going to do?
My brain just went for Corey, just saying, congrats! Tick, 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 tick. The what?
Congrats. How?
Alright, so first off, we get the fire blade in the left, then the lightning in the right, and finally, chomps down on the Onimara in the middle. And actually, throw Buffett go. Just start turning up. Child, like a typhoon! He's just gonna basically blast out at top speed and make a giant. He's basically fire pillar with thunderstorm.
Okay, nice.
To make a giant plasma typhoon.
Cool.
Why do I find
And Corey will notice that, will immediately put his shield up just in case.
Why do I?
Just in case it looks like it's about to do property damage.
Why do I find the idea that he's really bad at 3-sword style to be super funny? Just like, check out this sword style.
He's not...
Oh shit! I'm just tripping.
Well, I don't think he's bad at the 3-sword style. I think he's bad at talking with the 3-sword style because his mouth is full and he's basically gagged himself.
He
also can't see, so he just falls over all the time.
How would he not see?
He can see perfectly
He's got a sword in his mouth.
Yeah, that wouldn't stop him from seeing. It's in his mouth, not in his eye.
He wouldn't be able to see his feet, is what I said.
He doesn't need to see his feet.
Why would he need to see his feet?
He's a warrior. He can fight in the dark. He's obviously trained for this kind of stuff. He's a swordsman who's been training since he was basically an infant.
I know. I still find the idea. Of
well,
him being
he's
really
good
bad
at this.
Style is
he's really good. He's really good at activating it. There is one small problem with it.
He can't talk.
No, he's terrible at controlling the. He's terrible at controlling the level of mana he pumps into it. So basically, it starts getting a lot stronger than they were assuming. Oh crap! Yeah, again.
You'll start hearing the air raid sirens, but it's at a slightly different tone this time, and they're going, "We've got another code to Goku Umare! I repeat, we've got another code to Goku Umare! Call the police, Captain! We need a good shield! We can't afford for this to destroy the castle! And you'll just see that a bunch of police will just show up, and with shields in hand, they will stand forward.
Our track essentially just switch out to 3 things and just cut the Typhoon in half with all 3 blades. I really need to learn how to limit that and just put the swords away. Anyway, yeah, that's 3 sword.
Oh, that was
The police will leave.
I bet just Levi just there. Wow, what's this idiot doing? Giant plasma typhoon.
Next time, try not to destroy the castle, okay?
I did destroy the castle. It's totally fine, see?
Next time, try not to set off such a massive attack or spell inside the castle grounds. Thank you very much. I supervise the noble district. I do not need you making my job more difficult.
That's fine. You do that just fine on your own.
I would very happily like to be the biggest obstacle to my own job, rather than having you getting involved. Thank you very much.
Okay, have fun being the biggest obstacle to your own job.
I will. And he will walk off, clearly fuming because he couldn't come up with a good comeback.
I just love it. I just love it because it's like, I imagine it was set up for the constant bars without answers, and I just love that it's just said you poke.
And if you're well enough to do that, you're well enough to get involved in a duel.
Why do you sound like a pouting child when you say that to me?
You say that to my face, and Levi will just come back.
I just did, yes.
No, you said that to my back. Say that to my face.
Okay, you sound the way you asked for a duel just then sounded like a pouting child.
And he will then notice the other members of the Jigoku Umare household. And will just do a gesture of, I've got my eye on you, and will walk off.
Bye, shieldy douchebag.
And you will see that his arms are shaking, and one of his fingers looks like it's about to come out, but he's pushing it back into his fist as hard as he can. It looks like he's so tempted to give you the middle finger, but he's trying so hard to maintain his dignity.
I think your brother likes me, Kana.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen him like anyone, so maybe that is what it looks like.
Oh, jeez!
Oh, I just love so hard that Kana's just like, Senshin, don't make this too hard. This the entire time, Levi has failed to make it worse for them at all.
Well, yeah, because
there's
Levi
other
is
reasons
trying
for that.
not to start a fight with you guys because, not only did Kana request it, also, it's good for his job. It is part of his job to make sure that everyone in the Noble District is safe, and you guys are in the Noble District. In other words, he, as part of his job, has to remain professional and has to make sure that you guys are safe.
I know. That's the
So,
best part.
as part of his knightly honor and his job, he has to not actually fight you unless you consent to being involved in a duel, because that is the only way that he can legitimately beat the crap out of you. If
And
not,
that's the
then
best.
he
Thou
can't
shalt
beat the
not-
crap out of you.
Thou
I
shalt
know.
love the country in which thou was born. Literally the 4th commandment of chivalry.
Fun. So yeah, Senshin knows that, and it's just poking at him because he knows he can't get a win. And it's like, wow, you're being a dick to Kana. I like Kana, so I'm gonna be a dick to you in a way that you can't get back at me for.
Hey! Success.
Well, Senshin does like Kana a little bit more. Well, yeah, it's like abrasive, and it's like he exactly sees her as the leader. He doesn't value her about as both a party member and as a friend.
Oh, man.
In other words, he values Kana as an equal, not as a superior.
So, okay. We just finished up that
Making
section?
friends are... making friends already.
Yeah, that's Levi. Yeah, that's Shieldy douchebag. I mean, Captain Levi or something.
He's my adoptive older brother. I'm the adopted one in this situation.
Well, that means that you've got a really good set of... And it means you've got a really good head on your shoulders based on the way that you see nobility. You seem
Oh,
cool.
well.
Like one of the people that actually understands how the world works rather than having their head stuck so far up their arse.
Well, I guess you could say I'm rather. I guess you could say I'm rather tired of how people in nobility get treated simply for being nobility.
You're tired?
Senshin, I will strangle you with my own bark.
Sakata will just shove Senshin towards Kana. Here you go. That gets you a free punch.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he'll just ruffle Senshin's hair and keep him there. So he's holding
All right.
Senshin there for Kana to punch him.
All right, Senshin, don't move. And she's going to reach behind her. She's going to reach behind her back.
Oh,
She's going to
here
reach
we
behind
go.
her back and like conceal her fist and like wind up with this really big punch. And then as she launches her fist forwards, you'll notice that she's actually holding a cup of coffee, and she just grabs your mouth, and tries to force you to drink the full thing.
Senshin, make a Constitution save with disadvantage.
Oh, he was just gonna bite. So he was just gonna bite down so hard he might go through his own tongue.
That would still be a Constitution save.
Make a Constitution save, Senshin.
Okay.
Also, bear in mind that if you bite your tongue off, you are going to need some time to regenerate it. It's not like it regenerates instantly.
I'm not entirely, but yes.
With disadvantage, I said.
Oh, disadvantage? That time you just said normal. Okay, I'll roll disadvantage.
Oh.
I have decent con saves. Also, actually thinking about it. So, yeah.
Okay, some of the coffee manages to get in your mouth, and you also bite off a small portion of your own tongue. You can still talk, but it hurts a lot and it's bleeding a lot. It's gonna take a couple of minutes, and you're probably gonna need to spit out blood every once in a while to wait for it to stop bleeding.
Right there, can I have a healing spell?
Jesus, I didn't even actually punch you. What the hell?
Your coffee is like death. The punch would have been less painful.
That was the point.
Ryze just walks over and just starts healing him. Why do I have the feeling had you not come to pick me up, I would have been dead about 15 times? Because I'm in a puff of idiot with no alcohol.
Yep, that sounds accurate.
Yes, most likely. Alright, Alright.
Oh, my tongue's nice.
Mr.
Mikazuki.
Jigoku Umare. I just realized I should refer to you by your first name since I know almost your entire family. Mr. Mikazuchi. How quickly would you be able to get the word out to other members of the Jigoku Umare within the Justine Empire?
I'd be able to get the word out to them instantly. Whether I would be able to get them here is a different matter. I have access to sending spells, so I would be able to contact them. It's just a question of how long it would take for them to get here.
The Justine Empire is rather large. It would probably take them at least the 10 days to be able to even get here.
Most likely, yes. I'm certain we could form...
didn't run into any form of roadblocks.
We could definitely form a force of at least 200. As we could probably form a force of up to 1,000, but the other 800 would likely be arriving on the last day, so depending on the time, they might not be able to make it.
Well, they could act as a pretty good backup unit.
Yes.
Alright.
It's likely that about 300 would arrive in the late morning. Another 300 would arrive in the early afternoon, and the final 200 would arrive in the evening.
Well, I know that you've only just woken up from a very, very terrible situation, so I'm sorry that I have to request this of you, but if you don't mind...
We are a warrior clan. We do what needs to be done. We are accustomed to far harsher conditions than this. After all, I didn't lose any limbs this time.
How many times have you regenerated your limbs?
I lost count around 100.
Why does everyone always lose count around 100? It seems like a constant in this universe.
Well, because after losing my leg alone about 100 times, I figured there was not as much point counting, and I might as well just get better at avoiding having my leg bitten off, or cut off, or burned off.
Or acid it off.
Yes, of course, I cannot forget the acid it off.
Okay.
Or that time when it was sent into the void, or the realm of the dead.
Let me guess. Let me guess.
And also that
Jubel family?
radiant blast.
Oh,
Yes,
that might
they've
be
sent
it.
a few
That might be it.
mercenaries from there to kill me. And also, I've been sent a few times to kill some of them.
Jubel
It
family
evens
has
out.
mercenaries?
Well, they can hire mercenaries to use their blades. At
Yes, that
any
makes
rate,
sense.
there were mercenaries using deadstone blades, so the Jubel family is tangentially connected to them.
The radiant time might have been my family.
No hard feelings. Warriors, they get involved in battles. Things happen. It's all a part of the job.
Honestly, me and Levi are probably the closest that our family has to warriors. But
Well, even so, your family does offer the hero's steel, and they do sell it to other families. So, a tangential relation. It was one blade built with the hero's steel that your family uses. I doubt your family was directly connected to them, but people do still have it nonetheless.
yes, well, it is a very useful commodity.
That it is.
The entirety of what Levi's shield is made of, and she just looks stinkily in the direction of where Levi left.
I believe he is still pouting in the corner. He's currently hiding behind that wall, and Yamato will just gesture towards a pillar. I believe he's staying here to keep an eye to make sure that none of us end up unleashing any particularly powerful attacks again. At least, that's likely what he'd say. I think he really has it out for you, Senshin.
Yeah, probably.
This is gonna-
I guess.
Better not let it
no, this is gonna
develop
be-
into too much of a rivalry, unless you particularly want to give this man the respect that a rival deserves.
I could, but it's funner to do this.
I see.
This is gonna cause so many family problems. And right when I have to go back to the fucking house. I need another drink. Where's the cafe? And she just starts wandering off.
Okay. And Z will go, "Your coffee's, Captain!"
Oh God, Jesus! How the
I
fuck?
like the
did
idea. So normally he comes out from corners. This time since we're outside, he just comes out from the middle of the. He just comes out from the earth.
No, what are you
God,
talking
Jesus, how
about?
the-
He practically flies down. It appears that he's gotten a pair of wings, which it looks like Corey has fashioned out of something or other. It looks like a bunch of spare parts of metal and then just little bits of paper on the inside. And he just comes flying down with makeshift wings. "Captain, I have your coffee!"
God, Jesus Christ! What the fuck, Corey?
I'm Z. I was trying out one of Corey's inventions, and it really works. I like these fake wings.
Oh, fucking Undying Joanna, what the hell are you guys getting up to now? I'll take the coffee, but damn it, you almost scared me half to death just then.
Well, then it would have revived you, so I don't see the problem.
Please, this coffee wouldn't be strong enough to revive me. How
Well,
can
it
you
does
keep me
revive
awake
the
at
dead. Hell, I had to kill 3 ghouls on the way here.
night? Hey, Senshin, is that gonna be a problem?
Is not going to be a problem.
Don't
only
worry, they
3
were just
ghouls
at the
showed
coffee
up.
shop. They started
Only a
going
bunch
on a bit of a rampage. I think they died the second after they drank the coffee, and then they just started running around screaming for brains. So, of course, I had to do a little extermination, but it's all fine. It's not going to be too much of a problem unless people die from drinking the coffee. But they've put a sign up
Jesus,
saying
might
that
be-
only regular users of the Ultra Death coffee should drink it. So I don't think it's going to be a
Jesus.
problem.
Z, those might not have been dead people. They may have just been people high off their ass.
No, I double checked. They were definitely not high, and they definitely were undead.
Okay, that's
Oh, Shirachi, hey,
I
David,
tapped them. I
David,
tapped them on the side of the arm with a radiant blade, and they basically just burst into flames. That wouldn't happen with living people, and they definitely weren't demons either.
okay. Well, I'm taking the coffee now.
Hey, David,
All
by
right.
the way, check out this new rune David got, and it'll just toss him the ancient beer rune. It's ancient beer. It's some really good shit.
Who did you toss that to? Sorry.
Mikazuchi.
Ah, I see. Well, if it's about 10 days, then we might as well get up to a little celebrating. So, ancient beer. This'll be interesting. And he starts to drink a bit.
It's also strong enough that it can actually get us drunk, so.
Ha! That seems like a good challenge. What do you say we go drink for drinks, son?
Yeah!
And then he'll take a massive swig. Senshin will take a massive swig. I'm gonna say that let's ignore proficiency and let's just roll Constitution saves. Straight con saves. Okay, one fail. I'm gonna say at 3 fails you get drunk. Okay, 1 fail each.
Okay.
2 fails. Okay, 2 fails for Senshin's dad, 1 fail for Senshin. Alright, and another roll. And 3 fails. He is drunk. This is good stuff you got here, son.
I told you, son.
I really appreciate it. And thank you, David. And I'll just walk over, clearly drunk off his ass. I really appreciate these runes. You're getting really good runecraft from this stuff. You're learning some valuable skills. I'm sure the gods of alcohol will bless you for this wonderful creation.
Well, actually, that's a pretty long story.
Well,
kind of beat them in a drinking contest, actually.
You beat the gods of alcohol? You have to tell me about it.
Yeah, probably mentioned whenever Dad gets drunk, he kind of gets a little excitable.
You all get up to such interesting things. Wow, the month and a half you've been having sounds incredibly interesting. You have to tell me about all of it.
Yeah, I probably should cover all of it.
Well, why don't you say we enjoy some nice drinks and you tell me all about your adventures so far?
We should. Kana, when do we... one sec, Kana, when should we do your thing?
Hello?
Kana? Eli.
Huh?
Eli.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, the sooner the better, but it might be the best. It might be the best one to save till last.
So, now? I guess, do you want to do it tomorrow morning? Better idea.
What's the time?
It is
Yeah,
probably
that's the time.
about 6, 7 p.m. at this point.
Actually, yeah, it probably would be. It probably would be best to save it for first thing in the morning. Even if
That
we did
case.
manage to, even if we did manage to talk to them, it wouldn't be something that we could. It wouldn't be something that we could. They couldn't do anything until the morning time came. I don't think the portal works at night.
Which portal? Oh, wait,
You'll
that
see
portal.
tomorrow.
Right, the Taida family portal,
Yes.
not the center, not the center district one. Yeah, it does work at night, but also you're gonna need to go through a whole family reunion. You're gonna need to catch up with them. It's gonna take a while, and also, you know, would be dropping on them and Levi. Are you sure you want to
Also, I
drop in
imagine-
on Levi? After encountering him so much today and seeing Senshin and him slagging off, do you really want to sit
let's
down
wait
at a
until-
family dinner with Senshin and
Let's wait
Levi
until,
staring at each other? Or Levi
Yeah, let's
whinging
just
about
wait
Senshin?
until- Let's just wait until
Senshin's gonna be
Levi's-
totally happy and normal. Sorry, happy and like upbeat. Wow. I imagine Levi's just gonna be very unhappy.
Because he's gonna have to pretend to, you know, not respond to all of these jibes that, you know,
Well,
someone is giving to
Senshin's
him
not
a
gonna-
night.
I mean, Senshin's not going to be able to jab him in the middle of the family that considers him the golden boy. They would not appreciate that.
I'll be more polite. I'll just be a lot more subtle with my jabs.
But yeah, probably better idea to wait until until Levi's back on duty before we head in there. Plus, I'm tired as fuck. Coffee did nothing for me. Good night, guys. And she just goes, and she just starts walking over to the river and just belly flops in.
Did she just
Riko is going to go over there at full speed, pick up Kana, sling her over her shoulder, and then slowly walk back upstairs. Don't worry, I got you, Captain. I gotcha.
David's just gonna boomerang toss a lesser restoration rune. He's like, have that.
Thank you. I'll give that to her now. And she'll pop it in her pocket, and once she gets back to the room, we'll give it to Kana. Alright, so Senshin and his family are going to be getting drunk. The kitchen is going to be panicking about another 3 Kojigoku Umares, in addition to the one that they already had. Taishiro is going to be telling the stories of everything that's been going on, and Mikazuki is definitely going to appreciate it.
Also, Taishiro is going to be busy writing down everything Sakata has to say about Senshin.
Yeah, Sakata is probably, at any point when Senshin is not actively stopping him or shoving his mouth full of food, Sakata is going to be telling embarrassing anecdotes from Senshin's childhood. Because that is just a rite of passage whenever you meet your friend's older brother.
Pretty much, yeah.
Despite being a warrior clan and incredibly powerful and probably having killed hundreds, if not thousands of people personally, they seem like a somewhat normal family. And with that, we'll leave the session off with everyone getting drunk off their ass, eating way too much, and telling the stories of everything that has happened in this campaign thus far.